Important disclaimer and viewer notice. This is an international broadcast intended for a mature audience, 18+. It is designed for global horse racing enthusiasts, particularly those in jurisdictions outside of India. This content may be of special interest to attendees at the live event. Important notice for viewers in India. Please be advised that this content is not intended for your jurisdiction and may conflict with local laws. Please read the following carefully before proceeding. 1. Purpose of this channel: an academic exercise in risk analysis. This live stream is a purely educational and informational broadcast. Our focus is on the academic exploration of handicapping methodologies, statistical data analysis, and the principles of risk assessment. Crucially, our analytical framework does not assess the probability of winning. Instead, our entire focus is on identifying and evaluating the potential for financial loss and the inherent risks associated with each variable. This is an intellectual simulation designed to teach a disciplined, risk-first approach to analyzing the science of horse racing. The live format of this stream is essential to this analytical mission. A spreadsheet alone provides only a static, quantitative snapshot. A complete and rigorous risk assessment requires the inclusion of dynamic, real-time variables. These include qualitative observations from the paddock, the physical condition and behavior of the horses, last-minute changes in weather and ground conditions, and the strategic decisions made by jockeys during the race. Therefore, the use of a live race feed is for the strict purpose of data collection and model validation. It allows us to test the reality of the live event, which is a critical part of the educational process. 2. No betting advice or inducement. A firm policy. This channel does not provide betting tips, financial advice, or picks. The content is not intended to induce, encourage, or promote any form of wagering or participation in online money games, which may be prohibited by your local laws. Any analysis is a theoretical exercise and must not be interpreted as a recommendation to place a bet. 3. Strictly independent, supported by viewers. The host of this channel is fully independent. We have no affiliation, partnership, or financial relationship with any bookmaker, wagering platform, or any other entity in the gaming industry. Our analysis and content are not sponsored or influenced by any outside entity. This channel is made possible through the voluntary support of our viewers via YouTube's official features, Super Chat, etc. All contributions support our educational mission, and our content will always remain free and accessible. 4. Community Code of Conduct. Fostering analytical discussion. We encourage an intelligent discussion focused on the science of racing. Encouraged. Sharing your thoughts and analysis on the race or any horse, focusing on data, strategy, or observed risks. Prohibited. Discussing personal bets, encouraging others to bet, requesting tips, or sharing links to wagering sites. Violation of these rules will result in comment deletion and a potential ban. 5. Viewer responsibility, legal compliance. You, the viewer, are solely responsible for your own actions and for understanding and complying with all laws in your jurisdiction. This channel and its host assume absolutely no liability for any financial losses or legal consequences. By continuing to watch this stream, you acknowledge that you have read, understood, and agree to these terms. You confirm that your purpose for watching is to learn from our methods of live data analysis and the critical study of factors that influence race outcomes.
Good morning. Today is 26th of December 2025, and we're going to be doing some analytics today. And today is Boxing Day. My heartfelt gratitude to everybody who are here today and who will be here today. And I hope everybody had a great time, during the Christmas and the Christmas Eve. But that's gone now. Today is Boxing Day, and we are here at Sandown Lakeside is what we are going to be dealing with. Sandown has two circuits. One is the hillside, which is this side of the track, and the other one is the lakeside, which is this side of the track. So basically what we are going to be dealing with today is this side of the track, and the last finishing mile is about 407 meters. It's a little uphill in the last 400 meter, and the ground reading is good. So we are going to do our analytics today. Here we've got 8 races and we'll see what we can do. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing, and once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock or at the gates, when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we wait for the numbers and the results to validate them. But if we find that there are circumstantial changes and there are better horses at the paddock, or the situation is volatile, we often highlight them, and that's what we do. So we'll take a quick look at what is happening today with the first race here at Sandown Lakeside. We'll look at the scratchings and the odds. So 689 has been scratched. We don't have 689. And the odds 3, 2, 1, and 5 at this point of time. So the 3 is the linear, which is the favorite. Now, what we know about this particular track is this, that the outer gates, the wider gates, are a problem till benchmark 80-84. And this is not one of those. It is a benchmark 70. So we'll try to validate what's going on. So through the rails, if we see, then we get 5, 1, 4, 2, 7, and 3 is the last. Why? Because the FR is like that. Now through the DICR, 3 is the third horse, all right? But having said that, this is handicapped massively. The pressure on this horse is about 124, and that is the highest leverage model that we can see here. So but the point is this, that what are we expecting out of this race? This is the first one. I'm not going to contradict or do anything. Now let's take a look at the horses one by one through the DICR. So the top horse in this race is number 1, which comes from gate number 9. That's an issue. Then the second one is from gate number 5. The 3 is the linear, which is there, which is from gate number 3, and then 5, which is gate number 4. Then we have 7 and 4. Both of them are here. Now this one, the top horse, which is through the DICR, is, firstly it's a 0 and then it's a neutral. They generally don't win. Plus it is gate number 9, which makes it a little difficult scenario. It is going to be there, but how and in what form is something that we need to look at. So the next horse is 2, which is here. Now this is the largest drift. Now, for the largest drift, the problem is the pressure on this horse is about 33%, which is also a little dicey. We look for about 20% here. The 3, which is the favorite, is a linear. The problem is this, that firstly, it is not doing great. It is the lowest in the FR, and it is not the highest ranked horses through the DICR. But it has huge pressure. But along with the pressure, what is missing is a jockey profile. So we don't have the right jockey alignment with this particular horse. The horse is good, I hope. Otherwise, it will not be a 323, which is definitely says that it is good. But at the same time, it is like that. It is 29, which is the lowest through the FR. Right? 29 sits here. Now, the problem in this particular kind of a situation is this is the first race. That's the first thing. The second thing is there are about 3 neutrals. They generally don't win, but they win when things are crazy and things are absolutely upside down. So I am not going to advise anybody to get into this. This thing can go wrong, and it has all the recipe to go wrong in this particular race. The top rated horse comes from gate number 9. That's a problem. It's a 0 and a neutral here. That is 2 other problems with that horse. The 5 is has the rails up there, so probably it is there in some form. They generally do not win, but today maybe. But it is very risky to go with a horse which is neutral, because at the last mile it becomes very difficult for a neutral horse to pick up. Now there is no clear go. Okay, the 3 is in problem because it is not doing great. It has a lot of leverage, but it doesn't have a jock to handle the leverage. It's at 34%. We need a jock to handle that kind of a pressure line. Can it win? Maybe. But is that a risk worth taking? In my opinion, no, because this thing is through the numbers that we are getting, it is in trouble. Everybody else above this has a lot of advantage, a lot of leverage, a lot of advantage. Now, if we look at that also, 3 comes first. Then this one is at 320, which is a challenging class. This is at 321, which is a class above. So for 2 to beat 3 is no problem, because it is not under pressure. But it is volatile. Okay, it is also volatile. Then these 2 are challenging classes. That puts them into serious risk. They're not doing great. Not doing great as in the numbers, they don't suggest that you can actually bank on them. The 4 is a neutral again. The 7 is the second linear, which has a very strong chance, but it is coming from gate number 8. So everything in this race can go wrong. My point is very simple. This is not a race to participate. This is the first one. The ground rating is good. It's a benchmark 70. There are 3 neutral horses, and then we have these other horses. The one which is the favorite is not doing great, and it doesn't have a jockey. There's a lot of pressure, there's a lot of leverage on this horse, but to cope with that leverage and that pressure, the horse should have been in a better position than what it is right now. Things can either go with the market, the three might win, but that's a very slim chance for for anybody to bank on this horse. This had to have a lot higher FR, which it doesn't have. It is the last one. All right, it is the last one. There's no guarantee that it'll be able to cope with the pressure, and there's no guarantee on the jock as well, because the jock is not one of these orange guys who can actually handle the pressure line. This guy is more of a low pressure model jock who is assigned to this. Will it win is a question. We'll get the answer after the races, but this is the first one. We'll take a look at this, how this thing is working. Maybe the second one will open up some better opportunity, but this one is better to be avoided. I don't know if this will win. The market says it will. It's a linear. Generally linears win, but for them there are certain things that needs to be in place. Firstly the jockey, secondly the FR. All those things are not in place. So will this win is very dicey. It's a very dicey proposition. We'll see if that wins. I like if we look at the DICR, the first one is from gate number 9, which is difficult. The second one is a larger drift, which is at 33. So this is also these two are generally when we do not have these guys, the EWs, then this one becomes EW. But for this to become EW, you need a lot lower pressure. It had to be below 20%, which is not the case. So that is also a little dicey. The 5 is a neutral. There's no point talking about it. I don't know whether that will happen, but that's the highest FR. The one which I actually like is probably the 7, but that is also very dicey because it is a challenging class, and out of the challenging class the highest FR is on 5. So that is that, but that's running neutral. So chances are with the neutrals breaking this probably, and that is exactly how probably it will happen. But things are very, very gray. We don't have a clarity. Let's just watch. Dow's, welcome back. Yes, of course I'm racing tomorrow. Of course I'm racing tomorrow. Today is going to tomorrow is going to be a big day. Tomorrow is going to be the first Saturday after Christmas. So definitely, yes, I think tomorrow we will have some very good tracks. I hope Randwick is there. I haven't checked, but I know Randwick probably is there tomorrow. Today I checked the races at Randwick. There are more than 3, I think, maiden races. So I thought it's better to skip the Randwick today and get on with Sandown, Randwick has, I think, 3 or 4 maiden races. I'm not sure, but when I checked, there were like 3 maiden I could see, and I thought it's better to skip Randwick today. It becomes why to get into something like that. So just stayed out. But we'll see how things work today. But I finally managed to sleep for a while, which I wasn't getting for a long time. That's one nice thing that happened. We've got 8 minutes to go for the Sandown first one. Let's see. Okay, that was best of luck. Best of luck. Number 12 at Randwick, race 6. Yeah, we'll put it on, we'll see, and we'll cheer for you, Dows. I thought it's better to skip Randwick today because too many maiden races. It just doesn't make sense. People get bored. I get bored. the maidens basically, you know, it doesn't matter however they frame it, whether it's an open race or it's a maiden 3-year-old. All those races are it's a good watch, but it's basically something that for me, I think it's better to stay away from all them. Okay, we're going to get into Sandown. Lee! Welcome back, Lee!
Racing on a good 4. The jockey challenge for Sandown today, Craig Williams $1.65, $5.50 about Jamie Mellon.
Right now, 2 is favorite. That is also dicey.
Jockey Sandown's $31. Craig Williams dominating the jockey challenge market there, $1.65. First race of the day is over the 1600 metres. I mentioned just a couple of minutes ago.
Happy holidays, Lee. I hope you had a great time. Very, very slim chances, Lee. Very slim chances on the 3. It's the lowest in the FR, and it is not highest in the DICR. So that makes it a very difficult proposition. The 2 maybe, that is also a maybe because it had to be less than 20%. It is 33, but it's still from gate number 5 doing better than this one. Things can go wrong, and things can go wrong in a massive way.
Your son going forwards with the Mean Fiddler. John Getfield on Sky Racing and Nigel Carmody on racing.com. Thank you very much as they get set for the first event. And once again, we say a very Merry Christmas and hope it was a great day for all yesterday and many winners today on what is such an iconic day of Australian.
Who is
are underway in Sydney. The cricket well and truly underway.
Who is better? Let's see how things work. Who is better, but still not a clear go.
For the first Boxing Day at Sportsbet Sandown, they're ready. Set to go. Ready in their racing and flying down towards the inside, probably one of the last to leave. Princing jumped quickly with Zebra Finch. The Mean Fiddler's looking for a sit, and also Helio's Son is going to punch through. Flying Dun holds its place on the fence, and at the turn of the field, Wrigley Field. Onto the course proper, 1300 out. Princing the outside of Flying Dun, and they're going to be joint leaders. Helio's Son got the trail third, just a little bit outsped there as they reached the 1200. 2 further back is Zebra Finch, and then came the Mean Fiddler. And 3 lengths last of all is Wrigley Field. Approaching the 1,000 marker, Flying Dun is the leader by a length and a quarter. Princing is second. Helio's Son a length and 3/4 away third. A length the Mean Fiddler fourth the inside. And Zebra Finch and tacking on is Wrigley Field.
That's what the data says, that they kind of are not in a position today.
Medium tempo by about
Let's see.
of a length. Second, the outside Princing getting closer. Helio's Son a length and a quarter away third. The Mean Fiddler fourth the inside. Then came Zebra Finch and last the favourite Wrigley Field as they run the bend. 450 out. Flying Dun with Princing the outside, who's going to dial it up now. They were followed by the Mean Fiddler. Now on the inside, Wrigley Field has a lot to do, and on its outside, Zebra Finch as they reach the 250. Flying Dun took off and put up 3 lengths. The Mean Fiddler. They were followed by whacking away the outside Princing, followed then by Wrigley Field. Flying Dun though shot away.
Lee, you got it.
Dun is going to win the first on Boxing Day.
4.
Margin. Second, the Mean Fiddler. Third, Wrigley Field. Then Helio's Son, Princing, and last, Finch.
4.
4, 3 and 2. Jamie Mellon gets the first winner there at Sandown today. She was the second
4.
Jockey Challenge. And
3 and 2.
$9.10.
Why 3?
The Mean Fiddler, $2.10 for second, and Wrigley Field gets third.
So we'll see what happened.
Coming up, we'll get back to Angle Park.
Okay, so we'll take a look at what happened. So why 4? Because that was a low pressure. And one of the highest rated. 4, then 3, then 2. This was dicey because of the jock. Both of them were dicey. So it went to a low pressure, which is here. The 1, which was trying to do, they generally don't win. Plus it was from gate number 9, so that did not happen. 4 actually won. 4 actually won from gate number 2. But that was a neutral. It's very difficult to take a call on these neutral horses, so it's better to stay away from those kind of situations. But the 4 actually won. The 7 was good, it was trying, but it was from gate number 8. And again, the problem was the same, that, to do this, to bank on this, it needed a higher FR It and a jock. That gate number was definitely an issue. So yeah, everything went upside down and the 4 won. So I did not like any of those horses. But Lee, fantastic job and congratulations. We will go to the next two. One and 10 has been scratched. We don't have 1 and 10. 12, 5, 7, 8. So the 12 is, what they call is a first up or something like that. It is basically the challenger. All right. It is basically the challenger. We're still at benchmark 70. That is gate number 10. It is a challenger. Now, what are the upsides with this horse? It is the second linear. All right. And through the FR, it is the highest. That's the upside. It has a jock as well, probably the best jock on this horse. That's a possibility. Now, can it win? So what it is dealing with is, let's just check. So the top rated horse, which is here with the highest leverage, is also in trouble because that's a 5-year-old gelding coming from gate number 12. Okay. So that's an issue. It's a benchmark 70. Then it is this gentleman, which is a 7-year-old gelding on 1,000 meter. Very bad idea. Then it is this guy, which is from gate number 6. Not doing great. None of these horses are doing great. Then it comes here 5. All right. Then it comes here 5, which is an advantage model. So yeah, I mean, then these horses are there. Then this is the last. All right, this is the last, but through the FR, it is the highest. That means it is what FR suggests is that the recent performance has been very good. All right, the recent performances have been very good, and that is the reason it is here in this particular race. Now, the problem with this horse is the gate number. We have benchmark 70. So this one was a benchmark 70, 1600 meter. This is 1,000 meter. Now, the difference between a 1600 meter and 1,000 meter. The difference is this, that in here, they covered 1600. And from the wider gates, if they have to win this, they will have to rave the horse, which the 7 tried. It is not that it did not try. It tried. The 3 was not in a position today, though it was ridden very nicely. All right. It was ridden very nicely today. The jock did not push the horse to get to the lead or anything like that because it was 1600 meter. So the jock took the right decisions on the horse. The horse was not in a right shape to deliver today. And that's where the FR got into the picture, and the 4, which was a neutral, went through with a low pressure. Now here the thing is, these top 4 horses, these 4 horses, we are still at benchmark 70, but here it becomes 1000 meter. So the strategy is simple. It is not a 1600 meter where you have a longer distance and you wait till the gate to press the button. The idea, the strategy for this particular distance is you lead, and you lead like nobody's business. So here raving was a problem because the distance is longer. Here raving is not a problem because the distance is 1000 meter. Now if that happens, that the distance is 1000 meter, will the gate numbers get affected? It shouldn't. Why? Because for this distance to work, you have to rave. There is no other alternative. You have to rave the horse. 1000 meter is like over in less than a minute, and you have to rave the horse. Will there be a problem with the gate numbers? It shouldn't, because all of them are going to get raved. It shouldn't. There's no there's no strategy on this particular distance. There's no strategy. You come out of the gates and you run. And you run at a stretch. You're covering 1000 meters, you run and you run. There's no looking back. So I don't think gate numbers will be an issue. I don't think that gate numbers will be an issue. What will be an issue? The age and the persistence. Okay, so definitely 5-year-old gelding from gate number 12, that's could have been a threat, but it is not doing great. All right, so that's not the thing that we are looking at. This is doing good, comes from gate number 10, has the best jock. So I hope that he takes the right call on this horse. Gate number should not be a problem on 1000 meter, and this should work. How it might end up? So we know there is a low pressure, high pressure thing. So if that's that, now this is a 4-year-old mare at 54, -3. Then we have this 4-year-old mare, which is at 10 here. Problem with them is you cannot bank on these guys because they kind of fail from here for some reason that I don't know why they fail. The drifts, they fail. Plus they are all very bad in their management. So this versus this is definitely, this one has more advantage because it is higher in rating through the DICR, though it is not as great doing as 12, but it is still higher rated. The thing is, they don't win generally. They basically, if they are in the right arrangement, they get into the second position. But from here, they generally fail. I don't know why, but they generally fail from here. So I think 12 and 12 and 5, I think, is the right odd. There is, see, this is a lower pressure, and this is a higher rated than this 4-year-old mare. The DICR, this is negative 1.5, this is like that. So I think 12 and 5 are the right odds. We also have them through the DICR. Through the rails, we also have them. So I think 12 and 5 is the right odd. It should work. This one is a 7-year-old gelding. 4 is not doing great. This one is definitely not doing great. Plus it is a 7-year-old. So 12 and 5 looks good. I think it should work. Let's see how that works. 12 should win. Gate number shouldn't be an issue. Quick, the 4, 600 about this one. Yeah, that was a low pressure horse. That was a low pressure horse. I was not confident enough because that was running neutral, but they had a fantastic hand. They knew what to do. And everything else, the top 5 horses, they all went upside down. I did not have a clear go on any of the top 4 horses. These two, the 7 definitely I liked, but it was coming from gate number 8, and the 4 I did not have the confidence because this was a neutral. I know it is, I mean, everything else has to go wrong for a neutral to win, but everything else today actually went wrong. But that I did not have. I mean, I did not have that confidence that all 4 horses will go wrong, though it was pretty evident that all 4 of them are going to go wrong. The one was gate number 9, 0 pressure, neutral, definitely not happening. The 2, we've seen what happened. This was this had to drop below 20%. It did not. It just got wasted. The 3 was not in a frame from plenty of angles, but today the jock actually rode this horse very nicely. And then we had the neutrals. So I had no confidence on any of the horses that were there. But Lee was fantastic taking Lee's picks were fantastic today. Went with 4 and 7. The 7 definitely was a problem, but the 4 actually went through the low pressure with one of the best jocks. Here, let's see. I hope the 12 wins. It is looking good. The only thing that can interfere is this, that they are also the highest defaulters. They are also the highest defaulters. You have 40. These are, there are no data on this. That's why it's negative 100. But out of whatever we have showing, they are the highest in defaulting. So there's a, if their management goes because over 40%, definitely it becomes a problem. When you're bleeding, when the stud farm bleeds more than 40%, then their decisions are hasty. Then the decisions that they're going to be making, and during the races, though what I understand is this, that It's the jockey who is not given any instruction from the trainers how to ride the horse during the races. That's what I understand. PC says so. I have done my research, and that's more or less the thing. But problem is this, that they are also like the highest defaulters. So if that thing doesn't interfere, this thing is good to go. So is that a major problem? For me, I don't like anything over, any start farm bleeding more than 40%. That's a red flag for me. But we'll see. I mean, there's hardly anybody else who can cope with this right now. It's 1,000-meter. Gate number should not be a problem. The only problem that might happen is their decisions. If they decide to do something very innovative and they want to, do something new, then it is upside down. They should come out from gate number 10, run, and finish the race like nobody's business. It has a breather, so that is good. It can cope. Outfoxed, welcome to the chat. Thank you for being here. Race to Sandown 2568. 2568. 2. Yeah, 2 is the highest. That's the top rated 2. But it's a 5-year-old gelding from gate number 12. That's the linear. I mean, definitely that's a threat. It is. It has the highest leverage. It has everything to do this, but the horse itself is not doing great. So that's the only problem here. We'll see how that works. 12, I think 12 and 5 are probably the right odds. I mean, even I couldn't find anything that can work. The 8, which is here, is a low pressure. It is higher rated than the 10, the 12, but they generally fail from here. They generally fail. And but the arrangement is right. It is 1482, which is close to 1500, and it is below 15% at 10%, which is the right arrangement. It is there. It is there. It is not that it is not there. It is there. So we'll see how it works. Ranwick showing. Let's see. Yeah.
Thin to Lamora, half the inside and not so casual, a length and a half severe, and Concert's equal last we've mentioned. They're not going overly hard here, 800 to go, Cathedral Cove and Nick in front, it's not. Laurie Bell on the 3-wide path. Mount of Worth pretty well positioned here with the rail at 8 metres today, and Mount of Worth, the favourite, is plonked in 4th on the inside of Barcelo. Severe starts a run from the tail of the field. Trying to get onto its back now is Concert and does a good job of that. They've got 600 to go, Cathedral Cove to Sunk, Laurie Bell out wide. Then Mount of Worth is all clotted up a bit now from Barcelo. Severe tracks into it, and Concert tracks up behind it into the straight, and the leader's left the fence. So Mount of Worth takes the inside run. Sienna Grima blew the whistle and shot up the inside and charges to the lead. Put a gap on them pretty quickly. Cathedral Cove's gas, then to Severe. Concert's too far back, but Mount of Worth has pinned the ears back and is home and hosed in the opener on Boxing Day. That's a big win, Mount of Worth. Severe Spurs running second. Ahead away third, Concert the outside. Then Cathedral Cove to Sant. Further back to Lamora.
Good that you were just watching.
So casual. Further back.
Yeah. Okay, that was the favorite.
Bill was last in. Big win. Big win indeed. And Mammoth gets up there, as I said before that race.
Good that you were just watching and not getting into it. Yeah, if you feel like that, you should do exactly that. And you anyway get the signals. You anyway get the signal. So if you're getting that signal not to get into it, don't get into it. What we can do at the max is take an educated guess, but we're still keyboard warriors. The actual war is on the track. How the last minute decisions are going to play is something that we have no role to play. We are not riding the horses. We are not the horses. We are not the jockeys. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how cool or how good it looks on papers. At the end of the day, when the race unfolds, you get to see the decisions which were made during the races and how that works or how that fails. Yeah, 7. Let's see. A clear go is basically when you have everything in place, which is very rare. The horse has to be doing great. The handicapping has to be right. You need the right jock on the horse. There's a lot of factors that needs to be in place. If those are not in place, then everything is gray. And it's very rare that they are in place. And even if when they are in place, something else will go wrong. The horse may not come out of the gates. Outfox, that's the linear. Ideally, I would have liked it a lot more. That's the highest from the DICR, which means that this is the highest rated. Through the leverage also, it has the highest leverage, but the horse is not giving me a lot of confidence because of how the state is of that horse. But we'll see how it works. and still it is benchmark 70. We are dealing with gate number 10 with that kind of a management. That is also not a great sign. Yeah, the superstar went home. The superstar went home. That was... Lee. See, this is the scene. Ideally 12 should win. There's unless their management kicks in. Is it worth taking a shot? Yes. Here I said the 3 is not worth taking a shot because of multiple reasons. And here the only reason is the management, all right, which is a flag. It's a red flag because these guys are the highest defaulters. These guys are they're bleeding like nobody's business. So if they make hasty decisions on this horse, then it is upside down. But that's the best case scenario. This is the best case scenario. I think it is 12-5. This is a 7-year-old gelding. 8, I doubt, but the next fall probably is 5. Here, 7. That's the low pressure. That is the DICR. This one is at 41. Not a great number to look at. This one is there with a lot of advantage, but it is also not doing great. Okay, is it higher than this one? Yes. The 4 is higher in class than 5, has a lot of advantage, but this one is today probably is in a better state than this one. Plus it's a 6-year-old gelding in a 1000 meter. I don't know if that'll work, though there is a portfolio. It has been to 7 league races and actually got placed into So all those things are there, and we know there's a huge advantage on this horse. The advantage is not great on this horse, but it is still doing a lot better. It is a younger horse with a jock in place, so I think 12 and 5 are the right odds. 8 I doubt will get in. They generally fail from there, but the next fall is probably here. And then anything can happen. But I think the 12 and the 5 are the right odds. There's nothing else that I can find at this point of time. I mean, look at the 4, which is the biggest danger to the 5. All right, 4 is the biggest danger because that's the EW anyway. This one is fallen. It is not of the class, but this one has class, but it still is not doing great, and it's a 6-year-old gelding. That's the problem. Here it is 45, a higher rated with an advantage. So yes, 12 and 5 looks good to me. This one has advantage, but it's a 7-year-old gelding. I don't know how that'll work, but everything boils down to 12, whether it'll win or not. It should. Technically, it should. There's no problem for 12 to win this. Gate number 10 should not be a problem. Everybody is going to get raved. It's a 4-year-old mare. Should not give up on gas on 1000 meter. Plus, it has a breather. It has a jock. The only problem is the management. It's a problem. And it is there. That problem is there. How they are going to manage the horse at the track is totally going to depend on this, and that's a red flag. So will it win? Ideally it should. But if their management and their decisions kicks in, then God knows. Then God knows. That was we missed the race. No, they're showing Newcastle. Oh man, I am really sorry. I'm really sorry. I am really sorry. I was looking at the sheet and I kind of missed it. I am really sorry about this, gentlemen. I'm really sorry. The 12 won, actually. The 12 actually won. 12, 3 and 5. 12, 3 and 5. 12, 3 and 5. 12, 3 and 5. We'll see what the 3 was. 3 was that 7-year-old gelding that actually got in. 3 and 5. That actually got in. The 3, I thought it was a 7-year-old gelding, man, that actually got in. 3 and 5. The 8 definitely had an issue. 12, 3 and 5. I was actually not sure about that 7-year-old gelding, what it'll do, but then it actually got in. 5. That's where the class played, alright? It's a higher class with a higher advantage, but my thing was it was a 7-year-old gelding, but it actually played. 12, 3 and 5. But the 12 actually won, so they did nice stuff. Anyway. That happened. I am really sorry. Which race are you previewing? Outfoxed, I was actually doing the second race at Sandown, but I was, I missed it to put it on screen because I was looking at the data. When the race actually happened, I was looking at the data because Lee asked me a question and I completely missed out that the race was on, and I forgot to put it on screen. But we're doing Sandown today. So we will be doing the third race at Sandown now. We are going to be talking about the Sandown third race now. Okay, so we'll take a look at the odds of the third one. Six, 13, and 16 scratched. 6, 13, and 16 scratched from the third one. We don't have them. 10, 11, 12, and 1 are the odds. 10 is the favorite. 10, 11, 12, and 1. So this one is a benchmark 66. We are going to do a 2100 meter. All right, so let's see what's going on. So that 10 is the favorite, but when we look at the DICR is going to show the class. All right, it starts from the green, then it gets fader, then it is like that. So where is the class is here. Okay, these two are the top, then these three, then this one, then these two, then they are here. So what is favorite is this one, which is here. Okay, and if we look at from the top, then we definitely get these horses here. So generally 2100 meter is a race between the 5-year-old mares. I mean, they generally it's with them, but it also is a race about low pressure. So now this one is a linear. Okay, it's a linear. This one and this one, two of them are the first and the second linear, which is here. The first linear, which is here, is a 5-year-old gelding, is a 9%, 23, doesn't have a jock. That's not the point. The point is here that the 10 is higher in class than this one. So that's the plus for the 10. The 9, the 1, which is one of the top rated horses here through the DICR, is good, but the jockey has never won a race here. The jockey has never won a race here at Sandown, and that's a red flag. Why? Because it could be of many reasons that he might be failing because he doesn't want to understand the geometry of the track. So that's basically the reason he has never won a race here. But he's a dedicated jock on this horse, and this is one of the highest rated, and this is a drift. So now we come to 11. Now 11 is from gate number 15. It is a 4-year-old mare. If we look at these two horses, they are of the same class. All right, they are of the same class. 10 and 11 are of the same class. The advantage with 10 is this, that it is coming from gate number 8, has a jock, but technically they are of the same class, and if they are of the same class, 11 has more advantage because we can see the advantage here. This is on pressure, this is on advantage. They are the same class. They are the same class. So definitely 11 has an edge over the 10. Definitely 11 has an edge over the 10. Now the problem with the 11 is this, that it is going to come from gate number 15. It doesn't have a jock who can you don't need a jock on this horse. When I say you don't need a jock on this horse, you don't need one of those orange guys, because it is on something which is an advantage model. So you don't need a jock. The disadvantage for 11 is this, that kind of, if we look at the pressure line and the advantage line, that pressure, that gate is definitely an issue. That pressure, that gate is definitely an issue. So 10 is the favorite. This distance generally is with the 5-year-old mares. That's the thing. This 5-year-old mare is a linear, which is the second linear, has about 5% on this horse, and it's a 5-year-old mare, comes from gate number 8, has a jock. It's good. It's not bad, it's good. The threat is definitely 1 here, because if this is from gate number 8, that's from gate number 9. Problem with this horse is the jockey has never won a race here. It has the highest leverage model. That thing is the highest in class. So I am not sure how good this horse is, but with that pressure, you actually don't need a jock. The flag is this, that the jock has never won a race. So that is one of the red flags on this particular horse, that the jock never won a race. He has been making bad decisions, and that's why things are like that. So if we can digest that fact with a little pinch of salt, that the jock has a record of not winning races here at Sandown Lakeside, if we can digest that, then 10 is good to go. But through the class, if it's between these two horses at the last 400 meters, if it is between these two horses between last 400 meters, then 1 is lethal. then 1 is lethal. This guy has never managed to win a race for bad decision, but let's say if for some reason this time he makes the right decision and brings the horse at the last 400-meter marker along with this horse, and they are together at the last 400 meters, then this one is a lethal one. In the last 400-meter, there is no jockey decision. The last 400-meter is basically the horse's class, age, and the pressure that it is carrying, plus definitely the stamina which is left. So what I am trying to assume, or what I am trying to believe, it's a make-believe kind of a thing, that the jockey doesn't win here because he makes bad decisions. So that's a make-believe kind of a thing, and I want to believe that he is going to make the same decision even today. And if that happens, then 10 is clean to go. But if for some reason 1 gets with 10 at the last 400 meters, then it is going to be very difficult for 10 to win. Because the model is right here also. This is a 4-figure. He is below 10%. She's good. This horse is good to go. The mismatch, where the mismatch is this, that this is running at 5% and this is running at 8%, which should have been the opposite. This should have been at 9-10% and this should have been lower than this, but it is the opposite scenario. So there's that's the disparity. So in that case, the 10 has advantage. Through class, the 9, the 1 definitely has advantage. The disadvantage is the jock. The 10 is, if we take that thing with a pinch of salt that he's going to do the same mistake again, then 10 is clean to go. But for some reason, if this thing, the 1 and the 10, they are at the last 400 together fighting a ding-dong battle, then it will be difficult for 10. So what might happen? Let's check what might happen. I believe 10 should win. It's a 5-year-old mare. It should win. And then one of the class will prevail. So the classes are here. The 1 is a pressure model. So that's that. So if 10 wins, there has to be an advantage in between. Generally, that is how it plays. A pressure will play. If you look at what played here also, the 12 won, then an advantage got into place. Both of the advantages got into place. That's a separate thing because that 8 was a mule. But here also, it should be something like, it generally plays like that a pressure, then one of the advantages. There are many. And if we go through the DICR and look at the FR, then 10 is here. And these guys are up here where we have the advantage. Apart from 9, all of them are there. So starting from this is -42 from gate number 12, 6-year-old gelding. This is 13, 6-year-old gelding. Then 5, 4. These two, out of which they are of the same class. And this one definitely has the highest advantage with the highest FR. Then it falls here, but that's a 13. Then it falls here. Okay. So that 5 is a check. If they are of the same class, the advantage will talk. This is a 6-year-old gelding from gate number 13. This one is a 6-year-old gelding, which is of the same class but less FR. And this is higher FR with a higher advantage. So that 5 becomes a check. And then probably it will go to another pressure that could be here or 12 here, which is difficult to believe, but probably that 5 is there in the equation somehow. It is also a good hand. So yes, that 5 probably is there, and I'll explain. So let's take a look at the first top two horses. We already have the 9. We know it is we already have the 1. We know it is a threat. The jockey has never won here. I am hoping that it doesn't win, and trying to make believe myself that it will not win. So if that's the case, then 10 wins. If 10 wins, then it will go to a class and an advantage. So the first class is here, but it comes from gate number 12, which is a 6-year-old gelding. The jockey has never raced here, so that's out of the equation. 1 we already know. 3 is a 6-year-old gelding from gate number 13. It is one of these green horses. The second lineup has a lot of advantage, but still it is coming from gate number 13. The next fall is this gentleman, which is a 4-year-old gelding from gate number 3 with a portfolio and an advantage, and falls the same class. This one is of the same class as well, has lower advantage than the 5 and a lower FR than the 5. They're of the same class. So if they're of the same class, the FR will talk. Then we have this one, which is a 5-year-old gelding, which is also with advantage. But for this one to get anywhere close, it definitely has to beat the 5. Then we have this one, which is an 8-year-old gelding. It's the same equation again. Then the 9, which is that is an EW anyway from gate number 1. And technically it is better in class from the favorite. From this one, it is up in class. It comes from gate number 1, but it is like that. If we take a look at these two, then the 8 is with the highest FR. In these two, the 8 is with the highest FR, but that's an 8-year-old gelding. This is a 5-year-old gelding. But that 5, bottom line, is a check. This thing is quite capable of getting in if it falls right. We'll see how that works. The 10 is the favorite. If the 1 doesn't topple it off and all of a sudden that jockey makes all right decisions and wins, that's going to topple it off. And that's a chance. It's a make-believe kind of a thing that the jockey on 1 is going to make the same mistakes that he's been making. Because it looks like that he's been stuck in making decisions. We'll see how that works. 10 should win. 5 is a check. Sandown race 3, 10, 11, 14. 10, 11, 14. 14 is which one you're talking about? 14 is this one. That's a much lower class, but inner gate, maybe. That's a drift as well. So yes, that's got leverage as well, has a jock. Possibilities are there, but it is a much lower class. So we'll see how that works. I mean, things can work, things may not work, but that's more or less the thing. That 5 stays a check. This is a pressure, that is still an advantage with a higher rating. So we'll see how that works, but I hope that 10 wins. Yes, gates generally don't make a lot of difference, but the difference is here, outfox. The difference is this, that when you have a wider gate, right, if you look at the races carefully, what you will find is this, that what is the difference between the wider gates and the gates that are closer to the rails? It is the distance that they are covering in total. So a horse which is coming out from gate number 1 is going to cover less distance than the horse which is coming out from gate number 15. A horse which is coming out from gate number 1 is going to cover less distance than, though it is 2100 meter, that distance is the first gate distance. All right, that distance is the first gate distance. 2100 meter is the first gate distance. It is not the distance of gate number 12. Gate number 12 is probably 2300. The first gate distance is 2100. So the advantage remains with the first gate. Now, in order to reduce the distance so that the horse doesn't get tired, what the jocks generally do, and you know, that's how races happen, is they will try to get to they will try to get to the rails. All right, if this horse is from gate number 12, the primary objective of this horse is get a good start from the gate, then get to the rails. Getting a good start is possible. Getting to the rails will encounter one problem. That problem is this horse needs to be raved. That means you come out of the gate and you treat it like 1000 meter and try to get to the rails. In order to do that, it'll have to be raved, and when that gets raved, it'll get tired. That's the difference. That's correct. But if a rear horse hugs the rail until home stretch, if a rear horse hugs the rail until home stretch, yeah, it'll have traffic. In that case, it'll have a lot of traffic in front of it. In that case, it'll have multiple horses in front of it. You need a brilliant jock to do the job on that horse. You need a brilliant jock on that horse, and it has to be a fantastic strategy. The horse must have pressure. The horse must have pressure. The jockey has to be fantastic. You know, you're looking at a scenario where everything is against you. You have traffic, you have, you know, these horses with advantage in front of you who are going to be taking the front lead, the advantage, and then you are at the last gate, same distance. I am not sure what exactly you are referring to, outfoxed, but you know, I'd love to have a conversation on this. If you can write in detail, maybe I'll get a clear picture, because what you're saying at this point of time, I'm very sorry, my first language is not English, so I'm very bad at understanding English. I make a lot of mistakes. Yeah, so 10, 11, yes, those are the odds, but what is that? I mean, of course, you're following the odds which are there, and we can see them also here, that, it is the rails which is happening. They stayed out of, generally when I go through this, generally the top horses come on top. Through the FR it will come up, but when they're not within the odds, you will see the reason why. Because this is an 8-year-old, this is a gate number 13 6-year-old. What is here is this horse, which is of a class and has an advantage. That's why I put it on red and make it a check. If written rightly, this one is in some way. You're talking about 11. 11 is a lower class than the 5, okay? 10 is also a lower class than the 5. But this one is a linear. So the performance will matter, and it has a jock. But if the class plays, then these two horses are definitely, we spoke about the one, it is definitely there. Hope it doesn't win. This one is from gate number 12, 6-year-old gelding, a lot higher class. We'll see how that works, because the jockey has never raced here. This one we spoke about. The one which is the other one is this one, the 5. So you are 8 to I'm not sure that I follow. You are 8 to 10 11. 8 to 10 11. No. I'm not saying 8 for no reason. What I am saying is, when I do a filter from the BL, all right, when I do a filter from the BL, what the BL calculates, the BL will calculate the FR, which is the current performance, all right, and the rating. So when I do that, it'll show the top horses on the top. Like here, if you look at the BL, we get 12, 5, 8, 3. All right, 12, 3, 5 is the result. 8, I said that it is difficult, though it is in the BL. Here, when I do the BL, that's the balance of the track. When I do the BL, we get 8, 3, then 10, 11, 2, 1, 5. What I am saying is, though they are up here through the BL, the problem is this is an 8-year-old gelding and this is a 6-year-old gelding from gate number 13. So both of them are in trouble. 10 is the right odd. That's what I'm saying. Who are your picks? I like the 10. I hope it wins. Should win. Provided that one doesn't make noise. If that one makes noise at the last 400 meter and they are together, then I'm upside down. By color 10, yes, 10. This sheet might look a little overwhelming, but if you're here for a few days, you will get a clarity of what happens in this particular sheet. We have Sandown in 2 minutes, so let's check. We don't want to miss this one. Lee is going to scream at me again. No. I don't play like that. I don't play like that, Outfoxed. Those are. We'll talk about it. I don't play like that. I don't play like that. We don't have. Gatekeeper, welcome back.
For the Busselton and Young team. He's run third in the class 2 starts. Savamil, 5-year-old mare. She has won 2 races overall, including at Pakenham this year, when she won over 2,500 metres. $5.50 then for number 11, Wolf S, and $5.50 also for the 14,
Outfoxed, where I live, we do not have the super factors or the top four and all that. We don't have. So my strategies are a little different. But yes, I believe the 10 is going to win.
They are loading nicely. This race over 2,100 metres. Sandown race number 3. With the second from Newcastle to follow this, not too far there. And then race 2 from Warwick after that. Morfordville racing gets underway in just over 10 minutes, by the way. Morfordville racing, race number 1 there, over the 1,000 metres, only about 10 minutes away. Right, here's Matt Hill now, Sandown race 3. Also on the ABC, the 50s through to the 70s. Hannah Babuki coming along. Craig Williams looking for an early double, and Wolf Fess to sit further back today if circumstances permit will be the last. So 2,100 metres, around the 200 metre proximity here to the winning line, and then a full lap of Lakeside as Wolf Fess comes up to the outside. The Joe Brown, field set, ready now, racing. And a Fabuki midfield away, XPT jumped away fast and ridden with a little bit of aggression with Amazetta and also Cintalante on the rails. Out deeper on the course, Bonnaroo is pressing up with also Wolf S at the judge. Wolf S is going to lead XPT Bonnaroo. They were followed by Hannah Fabuki Amazetta from Ghetto Superstar. Then came along the inside Cintalante. Verifies a little keen from Urban Outlook. It hasn't been fast early. Then Legend Beast. Well back in the field, Schultze, Mozu, Marquess and Promised Land. So with 1,600 metres to go, Wolf Fess has taken it up. Swings 2 lengths in front of the back from XPT and then Bonnaroo. Third outside of Amazetta, who's going to get a lovely economical run. Hannah Babuki, next one off the fence. Just overreacted over the crossing there, and so too Cintalante. From Ghetto Superstar down the back section at the 1,250. Verify the outside of Urban Outlook, followed by Legend, Beast, Schultze, Mozu, Marquess and Promised Land at the 1,200 metres. So Wolf Fess just wants this a little bit quicker and strides out 2.5 lengths in front from XPT, and then came Bonnaroo third, Amazetta fourth the inside, 1.5 Hannah Fabuki, 1.25 Cintalante, 3/4 of a length Ghetto Superstar, 1.5 Urban Outlook, then came Verify, who would spot the speed about 12 to 15, 2 lengths Schultze, then came Legend Beast, and then well back Mozu, Marquess and Promised Land on Highways Corner. 750 metres to go. Wolf S the leader by about 2 lengths. Been a little bit keen up front from XPT second. Bonnaroo third from Amazetta. 3/4 Hannah Fabuki, 6 off the lead. Ghetto Superstar next. There's been no change as this leader comes up towards the corner. Wolf S with a length to spare. 4:25 to go. It's Wolf S from XPT. Bonnaroo and Amazetta's had a charmed run. Hannah Fabuki brought towards the middle. Behind those Cintalante, Ghetto Superstar. XPT up to Wolf S as they reach the 250. Then Bonnaroo, Amazetta and Hannah Fabuki. It's XPT about a half length in front of Wolf S, who won't give in. XPT punched out 100 metres to go, drew 3/4 of a length in front of Wolf S and XPT.
See how that 10 got beaten today?
In a race that didn't change that much. Then a wall.
See how that one. I told you. If it gets between the 10 and the 1 in the last 400, then the 1 will knock it out.
XPT, Brittany Button for Gerald Egan. Well done, Gerald. And also Brittany Button with a city win. XPT has sat up on the speed and kept on going. Has staved off Wolf S, who wouldn't give in under Logan Bates. And Bonnaroo, number 15, in third ahead of Hannah Fabuki. So 1:11, 15 and 11.
1:11.
11, 15. 1:11, 15 with Hannah Fabuki finishing in 4th, 10. 1:11, 15 and 10 to the running of the Joe Brown. XPT, who was a winner. XPT, who...
No, I gatekeeper. I went upside down.
XPT with Brittany Button riding their one.
I went upside down. So what happened here is, we spoke about the 1 a million times. We spoke about the 1 a million times. And what we spoke is this, that if the 10 and the 1, they get together at the last 400 meter, then the 1 is going to get knocked out. Then the 1 is going to knock out the 10 like nobody's business, because it is a much higher class. And it was also from a reasonable gate. You see, that was gate number 8. This one was gate number 9. So it was also from a reasonable gate. My only flag was this, that this jock has never raced, never won here. And, you know, it was a pinch of salt that I wanted to take with this, that he's going to make the same mistake. And I thought it is still making the same mistake by raving that horse for the entire 2100 meter, and it'll lose gas. I thought that will also happen, but no, the horse sustained. The horse sustained because of the class, and it actually delivered. And we have what? 10, 11, 15. 15 is which one? 15 is gate number 11, this one. See? 15. 1, 11, 15. So 1. Then it went to this one with the advantage. Then it went here with the FR. That is the lowest in class, but the FR is the highest. That's what played. So the risk I took, yes, I was not right, Outfox. That is an overstatement, I think. I was not right. That is a make-believe kind of a thing. You know, that's a chance I was not willing to take on 1. That's a chance that I was not willing to take on 1 because of the jockey. But I knew that this could backfire, and it did. Fantastic. I'll put your name up on the screen, Outfox. That was brilliant, Lee. Race 4, let's go. Yes. So that was the third one. We are fourth. We'll take a look at the odds, what's going on with the 4. A huge amount of scratchings. 1, 4, 6. We don't have 1, 4, 6. 10, 11, 16. 10, 11, 16 is gone. 17 is gone. Okay. 2, 14, 15, and 3. Two, 14, 15, and 3. So easy 2 comes top. Okay, and that is also the highest rated. Like here, these two were the highest rated. All right, 1.5, 1.5. This one was a 6-year-old gelding from gate number 12. Here, 2, through the FR and through this, it is the highest rated. All right. So technically the odds are right. Technically the odds are right. 1200 meter, gate number 9. That's the thing. What are the issues with the horse? Okay, let's talk about this linear, which is here. The jockey has never raced here, so we're not expecting something remarkable. So that's okay. 3 is not the issue. These two are very wide. Plus on 14 there is a jockey mismatch. This one is anyway the EW. Let's look the connective gates, which have 9. What is gate number 10? Is this one. That is a pressure. Okay, so now let's take a look at the DICR. A 2, then it is 3 here, which doesn't have a jock. Then we have these 3 horses. Okay. Then we have these 3 horses, which are of the class 2007. Now these are all personal preferences. For me, I stay out with any horse which is more than 7 years, more than 6 years. So, but here you see how this thing is working. Okay, so they are of the same class. They are of the same class. And if they are of the same class, 2 things will work. One is the FR, and then it is the advantage. Okay. So through FR, 7 is the highest, which is a 4-year-old gelding. Okay. And then we have this 5-year-old, which is the same advantage as this one, which is a 7-year-old. These two. Okay. So that's a possibility. Where will it land? This one has a jock. Where will it land is a thing that uh, 14, which is falling down, which is a pressure. Then they are all. So one of these horses is definitely a threat. One of these 3 horses. Now, what might happen? Because it'll drop to an advantage. Okay, it'll drop to an advantage. Like here, if you look at what happened, so the one actually won. Then it went to 11, which is an advantage. And then again 15 was also an advantage. So that happened there, but it generally is like this. If this is a pressure, then it'll drop to an advantage, one of the green ones. All right, the highest advantage is with 20, which is here, is a lot lower in class. But can it get there? Yes, of course it can get there with that advantage, especially it is a drop in class. Okay, it's a drop in class. For some reason it is a drop in class. Maybe it has not been doing great. All that thing was happening. Then we definitely, the 19 is the highest FR, is the lowest in class. That means it is the first up. All right, it is the first up. So that's the highest FR, and it is with an advantage, but the advantage is negotiable here. Why? Because for the first up, either it had to be a pressure line, or it had to be a lot more. It had to have a lot more advantage, which puts it into trouble. So I'm going to stay out of that. 2 is okay. Hope so. Then this one is a pressure. Then these 3 horses. Now where it will fall is a difficult call. Ideally, it should fall to the highest FR. Ideally, it should fall to the highest FR. But if they are all of the same class, then there's a possibility it will go to an advantage also, higher advantage with a higher FR. This is a higher FR, lower advantage. And these two are lower FR than this one, but higher in advantage. So where it might fall in these 3 horses is a difficult call to make. Whether it will fall here or this guy 19 will actually knock it out with the FR is a difficult call. So because they are not doing great. Okay, if we look through the FR, then 19 comes on top. Okay, that's the entry level horse, that's the challenger. The problem with this guy is this, that the advantage is not so much that it can beat the class horses with advantage. The problem with the class horses is this, that they are not doing great. So it's a problem taking a call on the second horse. Okay, it's a problem taking a call on the second horse because there's plenty of horses in here. That's the first thing. But these 3 horses are the second ones in line. So which one will get there is a difficult call. They all of the same class and with advantage. So one of them should land in. Ideally, the chances are with 7. Ideally, the chances are with 7. If we look through the VL, the 7 stands here, which is okay. It is in a safe custody. It is not like this guy who's up here. Whenever they're up here, it is a problem. It is down here, it is not a problem. Ideally, it should be with 7. Ideally, it should be with 7. That's the highest. These two falls below 8 and 7. So that is 7, 5-year-old. This is from gate number 2. So ideally, yes, that 7 becomes a check. Ideally, that 7 becomes a check. If 2 is the highest FR, then this guy has never raced here. That puts him into a problem. But can these two be a queen? Yes, they can be a queen too. They can be a queen too, because it'll work as a low pressure, high pressure thing. This is lower, this is higher. So, that thing can work too. But it's a 1200 meter and there's a very limited chance for the jockeys to improvise. So this jock has never raced here. So if that's a call that is lucrative, that no, the jock has never raced here, he's going to make mistakes and he's not going to get there, then the thing is, it is not in the second position. The second position is anyway an advantage, which with the class stays here. Then it falls down, but the advantages are higher. The age is also a matter. The gait is also a matter. So it's a difficult call to make on the second horse. The 2 is probably clean to go. The 2 is probably clean to go. This one doesn't have a jock. This one is a lot lower in class from a very wide gate. So that's difficult for this horse to beat this horse. 7 is an advantage. It will not win. It is probably for the second horse. It is like that. So, but that can land up anywhere out of these 3. And if all of these 3 goes upside down because their FR is low, then that 19 is here. All right, so that 19 definitely is there. The 20 is there with drop in class. So things can go wrong with the second horse or the third horse, but 2 should be able to do it. Let's see if 2 is able to do it. 2 should be able to do it. This one, not happening. This one is gate number 14. Has a jock, but still 1200 meters, gate number 14, benchmark 66 is a difficult task. That will not happen. The FR is much lesser. The cloth is much higher. The pressure is low. So yes, clean. I think so. We'll see how it works. Favors gates 1 to 5. Yeah, that also depends on the geometry of the track. That also depends on the geometry of the track, you know. So you're talking about gate number 1 to 5. Yes, you're right, outfoxed. But the scene is this, that in this particular track, that's true. You're right. 1 to 5 is the gate that generally works in this particular track because of the geometry, but it differs in each and every track. So we'll see how that works. I think the 2 has the right chance to do this, and 2 should be able to do it. There's no contender as such to beat 2 in this one. Like this one, I was very scared of the 1. I don't know. I took a pinch of salt. It'll not go. But here, I don't think it is a. Here, I don't think it is an issue. I think the odds are right. It should work like that. It should work like that. This is bad. 7 is in the next one line. Here 35 5-year-old gilding. 1970 cap is higher here. 2, but loses class. We'll see how that works. Randwick, I'll put on Randwick.
Got a new name on the list here, Jay Callan, Jack, coming over from the UK on a 2-month stint here in Sydney with Annabelle and Rob Archibald. And Jack is the son of Neil Callan, who had great success riding in Hong Kong for many years. So Jack's on the grey here in the power blue colours, Tinkle Jazz, and has drawn barrier 2. Equinox Legend moves in. Movie Night goes forward, and Erin Joe from the wide draw about to move into line. Race for John Singleton and Erin Molan, and ran really well on debut here on the Kensington track. With the Dame Lucia Valentina, who was a Queen Elizabeth winner. So they all appear to be loaded in now. They are. There's the light. Ready to run. Race number 3. You Sexy Thing on the inside has been well backed, and they're off and racing. Tinkle Jazz was tardy to the gates and will settle last. Grey Relief jumped well together with Far Side, who's being sent forward. Pretty handy as Green Spring, You Sexy Thing, and Cellarmaster's right there. Further back to Aquilino. Tinkle Jazz recovers after the slow start on the inside of Tacitly, then came explicitly. Further back then, settling back in the field is Far Side, Equinox Legend, Erin Joe Movie Night, Bassett's Choice last of all, Grey Relief in front, and that's Pink Persuasion racing greenly up on the outside. Racing pretty fiercely there, Pink Persuasion, and pours the pressure on. Grease Spring moves into third position rather clearly now as they come to the turn. Then You Sexy Thing plonked down on the inside of Aquilino. Then came the favourite Salamaster deeper out. Tinkle Jazz back on the inside. Explicit under plenty of pressure. Tacitly between them. Far Side starts the run as they come into the straight now. Pink Persuasion takes the lead. Green Springer stalking nicely in second spot. Master going after the leaders, then You Sexy Thing, and a gap back to Tacitly as Green Spring now shot to the front, and Master's giving chase. Master lays it down to Green Spring, clear from You Sexy Thing and Twinkle Jazz, getting the upper hand. Master from Green Spring, and Master the favourite draws clear to win it by
14. Brilliant.
Sexy Thing third, followed by Tacitly, Tinkle Jazz, then Equinox Legend. Erin J made some minor headway together with Movie Night. They beat up Pink Persuasion, Bassett's Choice. Now a big margin to Grey Relief, Aquilino, Far Side. And Explicit was under plenty of pressure before the turn and has officially run last. 6, 3, 14 and 5 will be the numbers there. Zach Lloyd gets that winner home. Master for the O'Shea and Charleston team. Bivouac Gelding having his third start today. 410 and 180. Green Spring 270. You Sexy Thing $2.
I'm going to be back in a jiffy from the washroom. Okay, I'm back. In race number 4, the 18. We'll take a look at the 18. Oh, I forgot to put up the poll. I'll just put up the poll as well. People, let's see what people think. I'm actually a little too old for YouTube. I keep missing out on things. $18. Yeah, maybe it's an advantage from in a gate. But the problem is this, that this guy is in a drop drop in class. The reason I'm not very confident on the any of the second horses is because that's the highest advantage that we have on 20. All right, it's a drop in class. We'll see how that works with this guy. This is like, so if we look at like that, 9, 2 is here, you're talking about 18 is here with a lot of advantage. But there comes, then this guy is like from gate number 4. Look at what he has. It's a drop in class. So that's the problem. That's the reason I am not confident on 20, and because of 20 I don't know if the others has a chance because it's a drop in class. But yeah, 18 is, I mean, what you have identified, yes, the 7 and the 18 you're talking about is from gate number 3 has a chance, but 7 still has the class. Okay, this one has more advantage definitely, but 7 still has the class. So we'll see how that works. All of them are checks. The 19 is a check as the highest FR. It's an EW anyway. The 20 is a reason why I couldn't make up my mind what to do with the second horse. So there are plenty of possibilities that might happen, and through the rails we have 19 is right here, man. So yeah, that is possible. Those things are all possible. I mean, I strongly believe that, this basically is taking a call on a particular horse is like making a business decision, and either the horse will win or the horse will lose. But the point is this, that if it is a business decision, then you are aware of the exposure, you're aware of the risks that you are trying to ignore. So your interest on the horse should be based on the risk on the horse.
which is Fluent. Carry coffee on board, $1.50 into $6, and after that around the $9 mark, the 3 and the 7. 3 no fooling, $11 into 9, the 7 untapped, $11 into $9.50. Right, we're about 20 seconds out from the scheduled start time, but the 14 will be our favourite here. Mercurial Lady, $9 into $5.50, and 3 kilo allowance there for the Apprentice Rider, which will help. And this mare by So You Think has won 2 from 9, and she was a winner at Sale, 3 starts back over 1200, and then 2 fourth placings at Caulfield and at Pakenham. All right, here's Matt Hill now, race off for Sandown with Ballina on Sky Racing 2.
Start builder. Last one to come forward is Altruist for this 4th event over the 1200s. Altruist goes in, completes the line, and they're set. The 4th on Boxing Day, it's Sportsmith Sandown, and they're away. No fooling, leapt in the air and missed it. Goes back to the back half with Altruist and also Markdell and Dreams. Beginning well, Brand Jam with Mercurial Lady out past the centre. Viasaner's kicking up as well. Dollar Chaser settles behind them. Untapped 5th on the rails, followed by Fluent trying to find a position deeper from No Fooling Stormberg. Then Hot Diggity Boom, well back Dreams in company with Winsome Star, Markdell and Altruist last of all. 700 metres to go downhill. Mercurial Lady took it up a half length. Viasane, a length and a half. Brand Jam third, followed by Dollar Chaser, Untapped and Fluent. A length and a quarter. No Fooling Stormberg, and then Hot Diggity Boom in that 3 wide line. Behind them, Markdell, Winsome Star, and then came Dreams and Altruist last. Into the straight, 400 metres to go. It's Mercurial Lady held together by a length and a quarter. Viasane. They were followed by Brand Jam. Fluent the outside, still about 3 off the lead, and behind them Dollar Chaser, Untapped, Stormberg, and Hot Diggity Boom. Mercurial Lady went for home, 200 metres to go, put up about 2.5 lengths on Boxing on Viasane, Fluent, Brand Jam, but that's all they're doing. Mercurial Lady in front and runs them ragged. Won it by a length and 3/4.
14.
Second, then came a photo for third, Winsome Star, Hot Diggity Boom from Viasane, Brand Jam, Stormberg, then Markdell, Untapped, Dollar Chaser, next Dreams, and then well back behind those was No Fooling and Altruists.
And the Moody and Coleman team will get that winner there, Mercurial Lady, in the Wanderless colours there, and Emily Posman with a 3 kilo claim, the Apprentice Rider, $6.90 and $2.60. Fluent, number 15, has got second there, $1.70. I think it was the 8, Winsome Star, that might have got through there. We'll have a look, see if we can get that third placing for you. I thought it was the 8 that might have been in shot there, but we'll just wait and see if we can get, or was it the 18? There's the head on now. You can see Mercurial Lady there towards the right of screen with that nose roll on, and
That was bad.
Emily Posman riding her quite confidently, and she gets home there. Ahead of Fluent, number 15.
14-15. That 8 got there. 14-15. So what went wrong with 2? Fourteen, 15, 7. 14, 15 and 8, I think they're saying. 14, 15 and 8. So what happened here is this. So we calculated everything, but we did not calculate the distance. The distance was 1200 meter. It's a pace distance. For a pace distance, this one did not have the pressure. We spoke about the entire world, but we did not talk about the pressure line. So what happened is this did not have the pressure. The highest pressure was on this. The jockey was new, so it was out. Then it was this one, which is a higher FR actually, but from gate number 14. It did not work. But this one from gate number 13, actually with the management it went through. And this horse has been on this distance. This horse has been on this distance with the pressure line. So that was we overlooked. It had the physics, it had everything, and it just went through. That happened. Final was 14. We actually got our butts kicked very badly. We spoke of the entire arrangement, but what we did not consider is the pressure. On a 1200 meter, if you do not have pressure, how will you win? That did not have pressure. This one had more pressure. This one had the highest, but the jock never raced here. This was the linear, had a management issue. This was the second in line with the pressure. We'll go to 5. Race number 5. This one we can't win. This one is a lethal trap. This one we can't win. This is anybody's race. 4, 5, 12 and 13 has been scratched. 4, 5, 12 and 13 has been scratched. 1, 2, 14 and 6. One, 2, 14 and 6. 1, 2, 14 and 6. So if we look through the BL, the 1 is on the top with the highest rating. It's 1400 meter. That is the highest FR. Every good signal is on 1. But it will not work. It never works. And why it doesn't work is because it is a same sex, same age. When that happens, it is I don't know which one will win. I will be out. I don't know what is going to be the end result of this. This thing is prone to go wrong. It has gone wrong so many times I have actually lost count. Every time there is a new reason when it is a same sex, same age. Generally, on an average, what we've seen is when it is a same sex, same age, an advantage is going to go through. A low pressure horse will win. Why that happens? Because if they are the same sex, same age, they almost have the same body weight. If they all have the same body weight, approximately, in that case, the horse that has advantage will win. I mean, how it gets calculated is, the class definitely matters, but not always true. Like here, I like the 2, but that's going to run neutral. So I don't know if that'll work, but this thing is prone to go wrong. It has gone wrong every time. Every time it has gone wrong. Every time. It generally goes through a surprise and one of the highest odds we have seen getting in for no reason. And there's no logic. There's no logic apart from the fact that this is the same sex, same age. So I will not talk about it. It is open to all. It is, if you're lucky, you'll get it. But it's very difficult to believe that, it'll work. It has gone wrong many times. Many times is an understatement. It has gone like 99% of the time it has gone wrong. Next one, 1400, 12 horses. Yes, but it'll go wrong. It'll go wrong. Outfoxed. It'll go wrong. It's a same sex, same age. Victoria, I don't know which part of the world you're from. If you're from US, let me tell you, in Victoria, Australia, when we race, this arrangement is a lethal trap. The same sex, same age. It doesn't work. It doesn't work in Victoria. It doesn't work. I can show you at least 200 races that we have done here in Victoria, and I can guarantee all of them has gone wrong. I mean, 90% at least have gone wrong. That's the scene. It doesn't work in Victoria. I mean, if you are with same sex, same age, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. If you ask me about any particular horse, I'll be very happy to answer what are the advantages, disadvantages, but the best thing to do is stay out of it. You can't win this. You can't win this. No one can. It is how that structure is. It often lands into some of the highest odds we have seen, the highest odds getting in 1 to 100, and every time we I have stopped getting into these races, and I think I made it a point that I always ensure and tell everyone that this is that race that needs to be ignored. You can't. This is a very volatile. This is a very, very high risk arrangement. It generally doesn't work. So the race 6 the race 6 is a LR listed race. We'll see, take a look at the odds and do all that. But this one is a bad one. This one is a bad one. Let's see what happens today. 90% of the time it goes wrong, and it goes wrong like nobody's business. Something out of the blue, which has got nothing to do with this, has won with the highest odds. If you've been here, you've seen that. If you've not been here, then maybe today you'll get to see that. Last time when we were racing here, there was this same sex, same age here at Sandown, I think. If you're lucky, you'll get that. If you're lucky, you'll get that. Anything can work. Anything can work, but it generally, the odds have always been kicked out of the window here with the same sex, same age. The odds have never worked. And it is a constant thing here in Victoria, Sandown, Flemington. It's very difficult to get this one. It's very difficult. Difficult as in I have no clue. It is that difficult, I have no clue. Yeah, that's the odd. Those are the odds. 1, 2, 14 and 6 are the odds. If that happens, then it is good. But generally that doesn't happen. I mean, here I definitely like the 2 more than the 1. Here I definitely like the 2 more than the 1, but the 2 is kind of a neutral. So I don't know whether that'll work. This one is a 7-year-old mare. God knows what it'll do. The 6 is lower pressure. Doesn't have the physics to win. 3 is 13. Low pressure. 4-year-old mare. Maybe. 14. Maybe. All those things can happen. This is a wild one. This is like the wild west. This is like the wild west. Anything can happen. So same sex, same age, the calculation is like this. I'll show you how this works. Okay. So let's say it's a same sex, same age kind of a situation, all right? So there are 12 horses. Let's say there are 11 horses, 12 horses, whatever. Now they all have same sex, same age. What translates from that is they are, on an average, they are of the same body weight. The body weight that you're looking at is approximately 450 kilograms, right? That's the body weight on an average, with approximately a 7% lean. 7% fat. So 7% is what I calculate. It could be 6%, it could be 8%, anything on those lines. So you're calculating 7% fat on all these horses, but on average they are 450. That's the body weight. Now on that body weight you have carrying weight, which could be anything. Let's say 60. All right. For this one, the 57 for this one, and so on. Now these weights plus the distance will calculate the pressure on the horse, right? This particular section is going to get created depending on the weight multiplied by 2, because this is the carrying weight. It is the same weight that should be of the jockey and the saddle. All right. So if 61.5 is the weight on one, then you multiply it by 2. That will give you the right weight which is on the horse during the race that the horse is going to carry. So that's 61.5 multiplied by 2. That's the jockey and the saddle weight included. So that's about 120, 122 here. All right, it is going to carry 122. Let's say 120. It's going to carry 120 approximately. Now, they are all going to cover the same distance. Now that 120 is going to produce the pressure. That 120 is going to produce the pressure. Higher pressure, lower pressure. This is lower pressure. All right, this is the lowest pressure. So if they are of the same age and they are of the same weight, then high pressure becomes a problem in that case. Low pressures have advantage. It's like, let's say, yes. So they're showing Randwick. Let's watch Randwick. A lot of people are on Randwick. Yes, you're right.
This is the Ford by an Arrowfield graduate, and all the money is for Beside the Ocean, which is pretty much the case for us here at Randwick. Beside the Ocean, and it's been a very firm favourite. Jason collared aboard, been trialling well. Strand Beauty resuming with a big weight, and is a clear second pick. Has been easy in the market in the last few minutes, Strand Beauty, and there's more money for Beside the Ocean as it moves in. Strand Beauty about to go forward.
Yeah. Very post, but here it is a lottery. In Australia, it's a lottery.
Saw him, he's been trialling well. St. Lloyd looking for a quick double.
In Australia, it's a lottery. Which gate is going to get allotted to which horse is done through a lottery.
In the Sydney Riders Premiership.
But that is included in the handicapping.
Last time out, no real support here today. Royal Air Force are just about to work.
I mean, the
magic speed into the gates as yet.
I'll show you how it works in Australia.
Air Force just hanging back, and Stormland as well to complete the line here for the fourth. So a bit of a late drift now Beside the Ocean. Has all of a sudden gone from 230 out to 250. The money's coming in for Stormland, number 3. At late support as well. Stormland, the late mover, Royal Air Force goes in, and Stormland now is the last to move up to the outside draw. 3-year-old gelding by Hello Yum Zane, hasn't raced since August 27. There's the light now. We're ready to run. Stand by. And they're racing. Strand Beauty in the centre jump well. So did Stormland on the outside, and Snoop Dogg going forward. They're followed not too far away by Beside the Ocean on the inside, a Triple Yes. A gap to Magic Speed, and last of all is Royal Air Force. Strand Beauty's doing some work on the outside of the Snoop Dogg. Stormland a little bit deeper out from Triple Yes, and Beside the Ocean, the favourite, getting a nice cover back on the inside. 2 after Magic Speed and Royal Air Force. Strand Beauty hasn't cleared them. It's a narrow leader from the Snoop Dogg, then Stormland, Triple Yes, and back on the inside as they straighten up Beside the Ocean. So Strand Beauty to Snoop Dogg. Strand Beauty ran in a bit. Stormland's running on well, 2 after Beside the Ocean. It's Strand Beauty in front of Stormland, has been heavily back. Strand Beauty and Stormland, 2 off 2 Beside the Ocean. Good finish here. Stormland moved up to Strand Beauty. Beside the Ocean late. Stormland hits the lead. Beside the Ocean lunged. It might have gone out of jail. Beside the Ocean might have nicked victory in the last bound from Stormland, I'm not sure. Magic Speed ran on from Strand Beauty to Snoop Dogg. Then Royal Air Force and Triple Yes.
5.
Oh, no, on the line. Oh. The line, that is... the 5 might have just got up. Oh, boy, that was a finish.
No, it's not might. 5 actually got it.
So, number 3, Stormland had a one everywhere but right on the line.
Nose up, nose down. I think 5 got it.
I'm just listening to Darren online there.
5.
It'll be the 5, I think. Yes, there's the
5.
finish. The 5 will just get it. And maybe over on the far side, fighting on just...
5 will get it. So yeah, that's a problem. Barriers. You're right. You're right. You're right. But one thing that I have noticed out, Fox, is this, that, you know, though the barrier is like that, but if you look at the results, all right, if you look at the results, you'll find a similarity. You will find a tandem in this. It might look like a chaos, but it is not a chaos. Why? You see the 14 won, all right? The next gate was 15, gate number 12. You look at that, that's the advantage. All right, that's why I keep looking at the next gate. What is the next gate? The higher or the lower? So if you look at this one, it'll be like this. If you go here, what won? This was 1, 11, 15, and 10. So 1 won. This one 11, 15, 9. So where is gate number 10? 10 was here. That did not do. It had the chance. It did not do. So it went here. But you will usually find a parity when there are less horses. With too many horses, it's a problem. Too many horses, it's a problem. You'll actually find a parity. This one is going to go wrong. It's a bad one. And I think all of us here, we have banged our heads on the walls after the same sex, same age. There wasn't a single race when we did not bang our heads on the walls. No, they were not of the same age. The last one, they were not. Even if they were, it's not a mix. It's a mixed sex. You got geldings, you got mares, and all that. So it could be you might have the inclination towards the same same age, but the sexes are different, which means the body weights are different. The problem is when they're same sex, all mare, and approximately same age. The problem is there. This one we lost because we did not calculate the distance and the pressure, which was right on our face. We did not calculate that. It did not have pressure. It went through pressure here. Plus, they look at their management. They're also very good at their management. It is not one reason why the horse wins or loses. I've got more than 50 different metrics that I am calculating. I've got more than 50. But having said that, after every fortnight, every 15 days, I look at the data, I look at the tendencies, I look at the season, and then I keep adding new filters. Yeah, the same sex, same age is a problem. It's a problem out, folks. That's two of the hardest races are this: when you have colt and rigs together. Both are very volatile. The colts and the rigs together, no gilding, and all mares same age. These are the two most volatile structure of a race. These are the two most volatile structure of a race. When you have colts and rigs and all mares same age. It backfired too many times. Too many times it backfired. It's just not once, twice. It backfired like... I mean, I don't know. In this chat, you will hardly find a single person who did not get burnt with same sex, same age. Everybody got burnt. Everybody. Dow's got burnt. Lee got burnt, I got burnt, PC got burnt, Adaman got burnt, everybody got burnt. Everybody. And I warned every time when there was this same sex, same age, that this is very volatile, it doesn't work. I don't know, I have no clue why it doesn't work. The only clue that I have is when it is same sex, same age, they have the same body weight, the pressure on each horse counts, and any horse has the opportunity of winning this. Any of them has the opportunity of winning this. You don't need jocks, you don't need anything. And knowing that fact, if you get involved, that's a risk that you're willing to take, which I am not. Race 6 is better. Race 6 is a listed race. We'll go there. 1200 meter. We'll take a look at the odds. We'll figure out. They're showing Balina. Sandown is next.
Melbourne now, and race 5 at Sandown, which is over the 1400 metres. First leg of the quaddie coming up. $2.60 favourite here, number 2, Stage and Screen. It's run third and second in its last two today, $4 into $2.60. Number 1 is Legacy Bay, $3.10. Into $2.70, back to $3.30.
Yeah, I like the 2, but it is going to run neutral.
Then you've got number 14.
The 2 is a low pressure.
Jamie Mellon looking for another winner. $8 this morning.
The 2 is a low pressure, but it is going to run neutral.
$7, $9 and longer for everything else, headed by number 6, which is Colour Our World. $7.50 out to $9. $13 and longer for the 3, and that is all business. Right, we're still 90 seconds away from this event. The favourite, number 2, Stage and Screen, by Ace High, this 4-year-old mare. She's won 2 races, and this preparation, 3rd at Pakenham in early November, and about 4 weeks later she ran 2nd at Crampton, so she comes back here today well backed from $4 into $2.60. Number 1, Legacy Bay, with Henry Posman claiming the $3, the 3 kilos, I should say, from the Moody and Coleman stable. Legacy Bay by Zusar. This 4-year-old mare has had 2 runs this prep for 2/3 at Caulfield behind Gracie's Reign, and at Ballarat behind Swifty Harriet. Right, Matt Hill's tipping the 2 to beat the 1. The 14 and the 11 for the Miners for Matt. 2, 1, 14 and 11. And we'll head back to Melbourne now. And Matt Hill at Sandown, race 5.
So Stage and Screen, the horse I fancied, Runner-up last start.
Gatekeeper 11.
Resumption has been very well supported. Opened up at $3.50 into $2.70. And has Logan Bates taking over here, which I think is a positive. And now the tote price is starting to reflect that VOP market. Stage and Screen at $3.10. Parimutuel ahead of Legacy Bay at $3.50. Snappy Piero, Dane on Tour and Legacy Bay. The final three to come along. Legacy Bay with the barrier blankets. Second elect here. Emily Posman in winning form. Now Legacy Bay to come along. And Snappy Piero will be the final one. Snappy Piero taking one more turn. The other standing pretty quietly. Dane on Tour very peaceful in the middle stall. With Canara drawn towards its outside.
Yeah. We'll cheer for you. 11.
$30 chance. Goes up and completes it. Sportsbet Sandown Quality about to get underway. They are ready.
Now at 6 and 3.
Racing now. Blistering missed the kick, no speed. Pink Shandon, Girl from Oz goes back to the end with all business. Snappy Piero's going to fire across and lead Divine Justice, Legacy Bay and Stage and Screen. Just Jenny settled behind them from Colour Out World, Dane on Tour, well back Blistering Canara. Then came Pink Shandon. Towards the end of the field is Girl from Oz and all business, snag back to the end. So it's Snappy Piero, the front runner. 1,000 metres to go. Declared it urgent, about 3 lengths in front of Divine Justice and Legacy Bay. 2 lengths Colour Our World, Stage and Screen, 2.5 Just Jenny. A similar gap Dane on Tour, Blistering, 1.25 lengths Canara. Then Girl from Oz, Pink Shandon, and last all business a long way off the lure. Down the hill, 700 to go. Snappy Piero, 3 lengths Divine Justice, then Legacy Bay. Further back Colour Our World, Stage and Screen, really enjoying the tempo. 3 lengths Just Jenny, Dane on Tour, Blistering Canara, Pink Shandon. Girl from Oz and all business needs 15 by 60s to see the leader. Into the straight, 400 to go at Snappy Piero. Still 3 lengths Divine Justice, Legacy Bay to the middle. Stage and Screen broad wider, and they were followed by Colour Our World, and they've spread eagle the others. Snappy Piero, 200 metres to go. Leads by 1.25 lengths, but they're reading into the margin. Divine Justice, now Stage and Screen, and Legacy Bay down the middle at the 100. They gobble up Snappy Piero. Legacy Bay, Stage and Screen go together. Head baller, Stage and Screen beat Legacy Bay. Divine Justice
Two.
for Snappy Piero. Then Just Jenny, Colour Our World from Blistering. Behind those horses, all business, Canara, Dane on Tour, Pink Shandon, and Last Girl from Oz.
Between 2, 1 and 14. The 15, I think, has run fourth there. So, yeah, as Matt Hill said before their race, he said...
2, 1 and 14. I actually like the 2.
Positive.
But that was running neutral. I had no hope.
$1.40, it was the favourite Stage and Screen. By Ace High. Legacy Bay runs second, the other favourite, $1.50, and Divine Justice, number 14, third, $2.20. We're about 2 minutes away from Newcastle. They're only just heading out onto the...
So what happened is, you see, 2-1. I did not have any hope on this because this was running neutral, but the 2 actually went through. Because it is a low pressure. Then 2, 1, 14 is here. Drop 2, 1, 14. I don't know which one is the fourth one, but dropped here. 2, 1, 14. Let's see how that works. This one lost gas. It was raved so badly, the 14, and then they were also raving the 15, I think. The 15 also lost gas. But that happened. 6. No scratchings. 1563. Should win. Okay, so let's understand what's going on, right? So that is the highest class through the DICR. That's the highest class. Okay, that is the highest class. Then it is 2 977. Then it is 3, which is the advantage. Then it is here 4. Okay. 5 and 6 are here. Eight is this one. Now that 8 is the linear, okay? The 8 is the linear. The 8 is the challenger in this race. The 8 is the challenger. That's the lowest in DICR. That is the challenger, but it is the highest in the FR. Now, it is a thing which is like this, that I think it is after a long vacation. The 8 is after a long vacation, which is 38 weeks. And that is a threat. Why? So this is a LR. So generally it should not go to 8. It shouldn't. Okay. And 1 is the right odd. That's the fact. Now, what we need to understand about this scene is, if this horse is present here, now this horse got qualified to be present here. So how that happens is you put an application, then you get accepted with a certain weight in a race, depending on your past performances. So that is the acceptance. Once the acceptance is done, then there is a declaration, which is in the form of a race form that we get. So it got accepted, and if it got accepted, it fits into the environment that we have. Now, what is the threat with this horse? The threat with this horse is it has been constantly winning. Here, it doesn't fit the bill with the DICR. That means there are all the horses above this, and this is the horse which is trying to make an entry. Now, there are a couple of things that is required with a leverage like that. So what is leverage? Leverage is the promotion, right? It is leverage. The number on the leverage basically says that this is a fantastic horse, and it has been promoted and upgraded to race on a higher class. So that's about 46% from the baseline. Okay, so this horse has been good. We cannot doubt the performance of the horse. What is doubtful is that it doesn't belong to this class. It is getting an entry. Now, with that kind of leverage comes two things that needs to be there. One of them is a vacation, which the horse has. It's a 38 weeks that the horse had a vacation to prepare for that kind of a pressure. It's 99 by 102. So that's the highest pressure line. It's 1200 meter. That's the highest pressure line. That's that. The other thing that is required is a jock, which is missing. We needed one of the orange guys on this horse. That thing is missing. Okay. Plus they are like that. So maybe that is a signal that has drifted the market off this horse. But that is a threat that is present in this race, and if the trainers are good and they have worked on this horse can actually topple things off. What is wrong is the management on this horse, the lack of the right jock. The jock had to be right, the jock is wrong. So there are two problems that we can see, but that thing is present, and that thing has the capability of putting this thing upside down. That Mr. 8. Now, the 1 is the highest in the class. According to the LR, that should work. Where it will get knocked out and how it might get knocked out. So it could be the highest rated, but it doesn't have the highest FR. Okay? It doesn't have the highest FR. This is class. This is the FR. So the class is the class. And in that class, you have a rank. What is your rank? This is the rank. Okay? There are higher ranked horses, but they may not be of this class. So let's assume if all of the horses of this particular class and all of them were carrying the same weight, if this was a set weight, then this horse is a killer. But this is not a set weight. This is a handicapped race. So this is the highest class, but not the highest FR, but is the favorite. Why? Because probably 8 is not in a position to deliver today. Why? Management and jock. These are the two things. But if we do not look at those two things, that horse is like a ticking time bomb which is present in this race. It's like a ticking time bomb. It is just waiting to explode. But for that, we need to ignore this section and this section. If you're willing to do that, then that is what it is. Then this one, through pressure line, it is on the 4th. Through pressure line, it is on the 4th. Through class, it is on top. And what does that mean? So if a lower class has higher pressure, then one has advantage. All right. If a lower class has higher pressure, then one has advantage. These are trying to get an entry. This is a low pressure, should work. But the flip side of this is this, that because it is a low pressure, if one of the horses with a higher FR gets into it and puts up a challenge at the last 400, it doesn't have the required pressure to negotiate with that horse. You need negotiation, correct? You need to negotiate. How will you negotiate if you do not have pressure? The class is one thing, the rank is the other thing, the pressure is the other thing. This thing is highest in class. This is the highest in class. Good. But it doesn't have the highest FR. It has a jock. It has a pressure model. So ideally, if the class prevails, let's say the class works, all right, then what should happen? Then the odds are right. Then 1 and 3, it'll go. This is a pressure. Will maybe that is the third. So it should be 1, 3 with the low pressure, because the class will work and low pressure will work. So, but for this low pressure to work, the jock has never raced here. So that jock is a dicey issue here. Whether he knows how the geometry is and how to work on this, that is a question that the jock can answer if he is prepared. But the jock has never raced here. So that makes it a very volatile kind of a situation. Whether that will work on a 1200 meter, because the 1200 meter do not give you the window to improvise. You need to know what your actions are going to be and you act. If you try and improvise and think what is going to happen and then I will take my actions, no, that will not work. So that makes it a dicey proposition, the 3. But through the class, that should happen. 1, then it will be the advantage, it will fall here, and then probably it will go again back to class here on 2. That is how it should work. But let's say that the 8 is in form. Then what happens? Then what happens? If the 8 is in form, then what happens? Then it is upside down. Then the 1 will bleed. The management is very good on this. They do not look like they do not know their business. It doesn't look like that they do not know their business. It looks like they know their business. The jockey is a dedicated jock on this horse. Everything is good. But the presence of that 8 makes things very, very dicey. You know that 8 is present in this. The odds are right. The odds are right. That is that part of the story. That is that part of the story. The odds are right. That is the highest DICR. But we just saw DICR failing. Why? Because it did not have pressure on this horse. Here, a DICR failed. Why? Because it had more pressure than required and it went through a body weight. And that is how it works here. I liked the 2, but I did not have the confidence because it was running neutral. I did not know whether it will actually be able to pull up. And it had a hard time. It had a hard time pulling it up. It was like a nose hair. So, bottom line is this, that the 1 looks good, the management is good, it is the highest rated horse, but it is not the highest FR. The presence of the 8 is lethal. I would like to believe it is again a make-believe kind of a thing. I got burnt with one make-believe kind of a situation earlier today. So it's kind of a make-believe kind of a thing that, you know, they have a bad management and it is trying to get into an entry. It's a challenger horse. It probably will not win. And the class will prevail since it is a listed race. That's what I am trying to make myself believe. If my belief is right, we will get to know after the races. But if it flips, it'll flip badly. It'll flip very badly. So you see how the arrangements are. Okay, so from the class side, from the odds, what we get to see. So 1 is the favorite, that's pressure. All right, class odds is 1,563. Odds 5, it drops here. Good, that's a low pressure. Then it rises here, 6. Okay, that is also good because this thing cannot win. It doesn't have the physics to win. So it drops here, then here, and few people have pushed the 3 also. But the problem is this: the way it should play is 1, 3 through the class and the advantage, and then rise to 6. That is how it should work. But no, that is not the odd. The odd is opposite: 1, 6, 5, and then 3, or 1, 5, 6, and 3. 1, 5, 6, and 3. Now, ideally, it should work like 1, 3, then 5 with a right, then 6. 1, 3, 6. Pressure. All right, that should work. But now you look at the other side of the story. The other side of the story is this: that the 3 has the advantage, but the jockey never raced here. So the chances on 3 is very minimum. Now we look at 9 and see there is an advantage. Okay, that is also a challenger class, a lot higher FR than these guys. Okay, the 6 is a pressure line. We know that is the second linear. It cannot win, probably because the physics is not on its side. It's at 1200 meter. But let's say if the 8 wins, then 8, then it drops to 9, and then it goes back to a pressure like 6. So it is balanced. What I am saying is it is balanced. The balance is on both sides. If you go with the class, it has a balance. If you do not go with the class and you go with the challenger, there is a balance. The quinella or the trifecta can work both ways. Now the question is this: that will the 1 get dominated by 8? Market thinks no. Even I think no, it is not possible. But you have to take that thing with a pinch of salt, that 8 is present in this race. If things flip, then it flips royally. Eight is wild, yes. 8 is wild, and that thing is present in this race. So yeah, 1 is favorite. 1 should ideally win. 1 should ideally win with the class. 8 is a challenger class. Out of 2 of the major requirements, it doesn't have 1, which is the jockey. On the top, the management is absolutely pathetic. 50% bleeding. That's all. Okay, I can read that, but I can also read the presence of that horse in this race, which makes it a very dicey proposition. Which makes it a very dicey proposition. Yes, but you have to, but you have to accept that risk. You have to accept that fact that it is challenging. It is not of this particular class. LR should play class. That's what LRs mean, listed races. And listed races should go with the best class. That's what should happen. But the problem lies everywhere. The problem lies here that it is a 1200 meter. It'll play pace. It'll play very strong pace. If it plays pace, and if these two horses are the last mile together, then that pressure will work. That pressure will work. Will it win? Chances, I don't know. It doesn't have a jock. They are like that through management. So chances are maybe no. But it is there. And if they get together in the front line at the last 400 meter, then things can go wrong. And if things go wrong, it's your decision that will either make you smile or cry. But the picture is like that. No, 8 is not of this class. 8 is a challenger. 8 is like first up or something. There are many languages to, there are plenty of terms. Like in Australia, they call it a first up. That means for the first time it is in this particular class. I think so. Anybody else who has a better idea can explain this. But that's what I think. It is not of this particular class. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 horses above the class of these horses. But those 7 horses are of not that FR, which means the recent performance and the strength of the horse. So things can go wrong. And things can go wrong. I mean, generally for a horse of that profile requires 2 things. 1 is a vacation, which it has. 2 is a jockey, which it doesn't. So it is 50% there, 50% not there. Plus it has a management problem. So if all that I put my eyes shut and suffer from an ostrich syndrome, that no, that'll not work, maybe one will win. But if this thing backfires, then God knows. Outfox, we work with data, and whatever I am saying or whatever, you will get to see that on screen. The decision is a personal thing, the whether you want to get invested on a particular horse, that's a personal choice. Yes, I want to invest on this horse, that's a personal choice. But in this channel, what I do is I try to draw a picture with the numbers and let you know what are you getting into and what are your chances, so that you know that you got into a race. Who were the other horses? Which were the other horses? What were their advantages? It is I don't like to talk like, what the horse has done in the last race. I don't like to, the entire world talks like that. It has done, if you look and listen to any of the commentary, they will on any other channel, they will talk about what it has done in the last 2 races, last 3 races, what is the footwork and how good it is, who's the trainer, who's the jockey. All those things take a back step when you put mathematics into it. All those things, they take a back step the moment you introduce mathematics into the system. And that is exactly what I'm trying to do. I'm not saying I'm 100% there. I'm not saying I'm 100% correct. 90% of the time I can't even see. I am half blind. My eye glasses are like huge. But what I am trying to do here is, I'm not trying to confuse you with jargons. What I'm trying to do is, I'm trying to give you a clarity on what are you dealing with. This horse is a class, doesn't have the FR. The pressure is half of what this is. If this is a management problem, this is of not this class. It is first up, it is coming into this class and trying to challenge the rest of the things. And why it is able to do? Because of its performance. But with that performance comes a promotion, which is about 46%. With that promotion, you need two things. One is a vacation, which it has. The other thing is a jock, which it doesn't. So the horse is halfway there, halfway not. But if these two horses are on the last mile together, on a 1200 meter, then things can get nasty. Yeah, so that's I mean, we are all learning every day, Outfox. We are all learning every day. Trust me. We are all learning. We are learning from the mistakes. The thing is, you need to know that you cannot repeat the same mistake. Make a new mistake, but don't repeat the same mistake. And that is exactly what I try to do. I've made mistakes today, and I try to identify the mistakes that I've made today, and I make sure that I do not make the same mistakes tomorrow. In that bargain, we have got 50 channels to look at. Approximately 55 channels that we are following. The last one, you were with, I don't know, you were with one. No, you did not. I thought the two was better because of the low pressure, but I did not have the confidence because it was running neutral. I did not have it was a low pressure. So I definitely have, I mean, if these two horses are of the same sex, same age, then a low pressure has advantage. If they're of the same class. So the two won. Out here, things can get nasty. And things can get very nasty, actually. Let's see. 14. 2 race 5 is 2-1-14. Result, I think so. This one we'll see. Oh, you nailed it. You got the 2. I'll put up your name. Hold on. You're already there. 2 out of 8. I do not get into it until and unless I have everything right in place. I don't. And you will be able to make out from the way I speak about it. If I have a little, I mean, I don't expect to win every race. I don't expect to win every next race, but I wait for the right opening. My background is from finance, so I am very much groomed to wait for the right opening. I've been doing that all my life for stock exchanges, for the stocks, indices, everything. Yeah, I think that is how it should work. I mean, the 3 should be the next, but the 3 jock has never raced here. That puts 3 into trouble. And the biggest problem is the presence of that 8. The jock has never raced here on 3. The jock on 3. That is a problem. But yes, that's the right ranking. That's the right ranking. The 8 is a spoiler. If that thing gets into it, it is all upside down. Chances are it wouldn't, it shouldn't, because this is a LR. If that happens, then it's a bad move. You see, the benchmarks are established for a reason, which actually gives you the idea of, which horse is of what class. That's the benchmark that decides. If the benchmark fails, that is a bad thing. But in this case, it might. If the benchmark fails, then it's 2 to rail. God knows. Let's see. I'm very scared of that 8. I'm out.
They won the Group 1, so hedged. The stablemate here, Bench Cook with Harry Coffey doing the riding on this gelding, who's won 4 races. He had a barrier trial at Cranbourne just a week ago, 10, 11 days ago. Had run 7th at Cranbourne before that, with a placing at Caulfield earlier. So that's right in the market there, number 5, hedged. $4 fixed odds. $4.60 for number 1, Aviatrice. Craig Williams rides the smart missile mare. She's won 7. She's a last style winner at Caulfield on the 29th of November. Had run 2nd fresh up from a break at Caulfield before that. $4.60. Then number 2, Marble 9. This one from the Corsons and Larkin stable. This gelding has won 7. He's had the 1 race start this time in. At the end of November, he ran 7th behind Aviatrice, so they've got a bit of form around each other. Matt Hill is not going for one of those favourites. He's gone for number 8 here, which is currently showing $10. Silicap. So we'll head to Matt now, and Matt, no doubt, would have been watching Gavin Bedggood win that Group 1 in Auckland earlier with Kingswood. And here he is with the favourite now, hedged at number 5, currently showing $4.
Just about right for an iconic race, the Christmas Stakes, the Sportsbet Christmas Stakes on Boxing Day. Now, Chiller Cap goes in, and there is Contemporary to complete it. Field set to go. Sunny Sandown, 1200 for the Christmas Stakes. Ready, signal, and away. Aviatress missed the kick 3/4 of a length and Contemporary back with her. Marble 9 began very well and straight to the lead from a little deep and Major Share. They were followed by along the inside Extra 2 from Hedged, who's forcing forward. Chiller Cap got a trail. They were followed by Nadal, Aviatress well back 3 deep and 2 further back in the field. Last Contemporary. Marble 9 the leader from Major Share down the hill now at the 800 metres. A length away to Hedge deeper, followed by Extra 2. Further back between horses a little deep, and then Aviatress, who's a lot closer now, joining that 3 wide train, about 4 lengths off the lead from Nadal, Chiller Cap and Last Contemporary. Up to the corner, 450 out. Marble 9, just the leader from Major Share. Hedged out 3 wide, a length and a half off the lead from a little deep and Extra 2. Aviatress stoked up to the outside, and then came Nadal, Contemporary, Chiller Cap. Marble 9, Major Share, joined by Hedged on the outside under a hold of the 250. Then Extra 2, Nadal and Aviatress battles on. Hedge sprints away though at the 150, put up 2 or 3 lengths on Major Share, Nadal and Aviatress. It's Hedged clear, and Hedged is going to win the Christmas Stakes. Hedged won it well from a photo between Aviatress and also Major Share, with Nadal not far away. A little deep, Chiller Cap next, then came Extra 2.
No, 5.
Contemporary, and at the tail Marble 9. Hedged.
5.
Coffee at 380 and 170 has won it from a real go, about 4 across the track for the Miners, but Hedged Harry Coffey has surged on to take it out. He won the race with Tuscan Sling 10 years ago, but a decade on, it is another win in the Christmas Stakes. Second, heads all over the place. Nadal over on the far side just gets that ahead of Aviatress, Major Share and a little deep. I think that's the way the judge will see it. But 4 horses fighting out second, covered by about a head on the line. But we'll stand by for those numbers. But Hedge, the gelding by Capitalist, who has had a bit of a habit of over-racing, pulled its head off in the rising fast, ran well behind Boston Rocks, then coming out of the meteorite there last time, has been too strong here. Hedged, racing away with an excellent turn of foot at a time of 1:10.48. 1:10.48, and the placings are now confirmed at 5, 3, 1 and 6. 5, 3, 1 and 6. 3 Nadal, getting up to peak fitness now in second. Third one Aviatress, fourth number 6 Major Share.
5, 5, 3, 1 and 6 are the numbers. You heard Matt Hill there. 5, 3, 1 and 6 Hedged. 380, 170, Nadal 250, Aviatress, which was well back.
So 5, 3, 1 and 6. Now why 5? Because they were not in a shape today to carry that pressure. They were not in a shape. Simple as that. Five, then 3 with the low pressure. Then it came here, and then it came here. So the class did not prevail. What happened is a low pressure with a higher FR went through. 8 did not get there, but 1 also did not get there. This was a very dicey one. 6 did not have the physics to win. If a linear is without physics, it generally doesn't work. You need this side of the rails. For a drift, you don't need. We'll go to 7. Ten has been scratched. We don't have 10. 1, 2, 4 and 3. All of them are dicey. Now, one is in the same situation as this one, all right? It may be of the highest class, but it doesn't have the right FR. That is one here also. It may be of the highest class, but it doesn't have the highest FR. It's a linear which is here, but it doesn't have the FR. 3 is good, but the problem is this, that it is a 5-year-old gilding coming from gate number 9, and they are here. They generally fail from here. Two is 0. They don't win. 4 is an 8-year-old gilding. I don't know how much I can trust that. So all 4 horses are dicey. All 4 of them. The top 4 horses all are dicey. If you look at one here, what I kept saying is this could be of the highest, but the FR is not. That is a problem. And the presence of the 8. The 8 did not do anything, which was expected, but the presence was threatening. It was the highest FR, the lowest in class. The 6 did not have the physics to win this. 5 was the drift with a low pressure went through. And then it went here, 3, with another low pressure. So here, it is the same picture of this one. The 1 is the class, but it doesn't have the FR. 3 is up here. They generally don't win from there. 2 is 0. They generally don't win. 4 is an 8-year-old gilding. I have no confidence. That leaves us with these horses. That means something bad is going to happen. There's no clear go on this one also. This one also is going to backfire. So I just compared this one. It is also like the same thing. The one did not have the FR. All right. This one did not have the 6 did not have the physics. The 8 was a challenger. The 5 went through with a low pressure. On a 1200 meter, that happened because rest of the things went upside down. That just did not work. So in this case, chances are it is also going to go upside down. This one could be of very high very high in class, but look at him, he's not doing great. The 3 is up here, they generally fail from there. The 2 is 0, that generally doesn't work. They will lose traction. The 4 is an 8-year-old gelding. What do you expect out of that is something that you decide. It has a jock. Out of these 2 horses, I mean all these horses, okay? These 2 have the highest FR. There's 6-year-old mare and a 6-year-old gelding. If they are of the same class, then we just saw here, if they are of the same class, then the advantage will work on same sex, same age. Here, that puts 9 into check. Why? Because it is going to be a heavier horse. Though it looks that they are of the same body weight, but it is from an inner gate and a heavy weight. If they are of the same class, then the advantage will work. How, I don't know, but I feel that 9 is a check through the numbers that we have. All these horses are in dicey position. All of them. That's a 4-year-old, fabulous, highest in the class, very good, no FR. 3 fail from that position. 2 is a 0. This one is an 8-year-old gelding. That's the choice of the first 4 horses, the top 4. And that is all based on class. That is how the market is moving. They're thinking the class will prevail. I don't know. Let's see how it works. This looks dicey. Though the one ran all right. Yeah, the one ran all right, but at the end of the day, it is not how the horse ran. It is how your decisions ran based on your investments on one. The one ran well, but that is difficult. There's no clear go on this one as well, gentlemen. This is probably not great to get into. This is also not a clear go. How will it work and how will it end up is a question of which the answer is only going to be available after the races. If that if that 8-year-old wins, then it wins. But I don't have. I will never go with an 8-year-old on a. It doesn't matter what distance it is. The 2 is a 0, they don't win. The 3 is up here, they fail from there. The 1 is doing like that. Then we have them. That's a 6-year-old mare from gate number 10, 11. The 6-year-old gelding from gate number 3. The closest one to actually give it a hard time is 11, which is from gate number 7, which is a 5-year-old mare, which is anyway a EW. So that is anyway there. But I have no faith in this arrangement. I have no faith in this race. I don't see a opening. I don't like this. I don't like this. This is bad. I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy. Okay, I'll go after Randwick. They're showing Randwick. Let's watch Randwick.
This one is over the 1,300 metres and $3 into 250 here, number 8, which is Sequester. Pilot of the rides for Ryan and Alexio. A 3-year-old filly by Diagnosis. She's had the 1 win from 7 starts, and that win came last time out at Gosford on the 4th of December. Had run second at Wyong fresh up before that. So third start this prep. Number 10, right there behind it at $2.70, Mamushka. Zach Lloyd rides for O'Shea at Charlton. Capitalist Mare, she's won 2 from 6, and her runs this time in, she was humed with a 3rd placing at Gosford back in August, ran 2nd at Warwick Farm in September, about a month later in October, ran 2nd on the Kensington track, then had a little freshen up and won a barrier trial at Hawkesbury just 2 weeks ago. So that's the second favourite there, but right there in the market at $2.70. $6 along.
Thank you for being here,
by number 9.
Fox. Thank you so much, and you have a great day.
Mick Wallace likes number 4. Hurry Miss. $26 fixed odds. Mick's gone for a bit of value there as we get back to Darren Finn down now at Randwick.
Activity in the betting arenas here today for the Boxing Day program. There's the light. We're ready to go. Stand by. The gates open. They're off and racing. Written Scandal, Jump Well. Mamushka being sent forward. Going forward as well. There is You're on Mute. Sequester deep out with Chicks, who was forward but being taken back. In the check cap, Miss Bustlinger goes forward. Now back in the field,
it is good.
Inside Super Bright, and Hurry Misses last of all. So
Eight is leading.
And the filly Sequester's going to park in second, so the 2 favourites have it early. Miss Bustlinger's caught wide in third, followed by You're on Mute. Over on the inside is Written Scandal, deeper out than is Chicks. 2 after Super Bright from Pipparita, and Hurry Miss the last one. 600 to go, Mamushka by 3/4 Sequester. Then Miss Bustlinger, Written Scandal roused to 4th. Chicks is tracking up behind the leading division as You're on Mute is conceding ground. Around the turn, Mamushka travelling well by
by a length on Sequester, 2 further back to Miss Bustlinger, then Written Scandal. Chicks is 5 lengths away. Mamushka just given a niggle now at the 300. Mamushka by 3/4 a length on Sequester. She's trying hard, but she can't make a yard on Mamushka. Mamushka going strongly inside the 100. 2 lengths clear from Sequester. Hurry, misses, rattling home. Mamushka's all out. Will win. What a run by 102 seconds. Savage the line. Sequester third and Pepperina fourth. They gap the rest. Miss Bustlinger followed by Super Bright.
Then Mamushka.
Chicks didn't close on. And we'll leave the porch light on there for Written Scandal. 116 to...
Yeah, I'll be back in a jiffy, Dows and everybody. I'll be back in a jiffy. I need to go to the washroom. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Dows, thank you for being here. Okay, I'm back. PC, welcome back, PC. 6. Yeah, there is a possibility, but it is coming from gate number 11. There is a possibility, PC. There is a possibility. All 4 of them up above is like in a very dicey position.
Made full use of the cutaway and got from near the tail of the field to tackling the leaders not long after they turned for home. All right, Dylan Turner rides that winner for trainer Samantha McGurran. Cowgirl Lily, a 8-year-old mare. That's a 5th winner, start 41. Handy odds, $6.70 and $1.60. Husband's Revenge, $2.50. He's viral, $7.20 there. Now we go back to Sandown for one of the features of the day. Race number 7 here is the listed Lord Stakes. One of the traditional races at this time of the year at Sandown. 1,600 metres the distance and a good field. There were 11 acceptors, number 10 are scratching, so 10 runners in this year's edition. Number 1, Craig. Nice simple name, isn't it? And Craig Williams is doing the riding for Busselton and Young. That's the favourite, the 4-year-old gelding, who last start was 7th at Caulfield on the 29th of November behind Here to Shock. And yeah, he's won 3 races from 10 so far. 5 minor places as well, so hardly ever out of the money. $5.50 then for the 3 and the 4, Regal Zeus, and also number 4 here, Regal Asmon. Nothing between those two in the market. $6 after that for number 2. Harry Coffey had a big winner earlier on the previous race. Now he rides Detonator Jack here for Kieran. Jackalbury gelding was 5th at Ballarat last time out. Now that's the same race that Kingswood had run 4th in, and then Kingswood went over to New Zealand today to win the Group 1 Zabeel Classic. So Detonator Jack was right there with Kingswood last time out at Ballarat, and he's in the market here today. Number 2 has a $6 chance. All right, they're moving in quite well for the listed Lord Stakes at Sandown. Here's Matt Hill.
Thanks, John. Yes, Harry Coffey aboard Detonator Jack. Of course, Harry winning the Christmas Stakes on Hedged after winning the race 10 years ago with Tuscan Sling, a decade apart. So they're moving forward. That's Regal Zeus going in. To picture in the hunting enclosure, just trotting around. Very happy with himself. Last few to get set as Craig goes up. Precious Charm, the mare who's been in form, is about to load forward, starting at the traditional 1,600 metre start here. The Lakeside for the listed Lord Stakes of 175,000. Precious Charm coming along. Craig standing well. Milford just pouring the stalls. They're ready. They're set to run. Green distinguishing cap on Regal Asmon. Away, Regal Asmon away fairly. Craig missed the kick 3 lengths. Bond Mistress going out to the end 2. Beginning well, Regal Zeus as expected to lead Jenny Lala. Magda Spin, Precious Charm behind those. Precious Charm just a little wide from that wide gate, and Milford punching up on the fence to 5th. They're 3 lengths Detonator Jackson Lawrence, 2.5 Regal Asmon. Then Bond Mistress and Craig is last. Regal Zeus, 1,200 metres to go, led by a length and a quarter. Jenny La and Precious Charm. Milford fought the rails. Then came Magda Spin. 2 further back in the field, Detonator Jack. Then came St Lawrence, Regal Asmon. Bond Mistress is 3 wide, thinking about starting a progress around the field, and Craig on the inside is at the tail. So the leader is Regal Zeus. Led them and kept them moving towards the 850 corner by a length and a quarter, Jenny La, and they were followed by Precious Charm as the leader tries to stack them up downhill. Milford 4th the inside of Magda Spin, and then Bond Mistress 3 wide. Detonator Jack on the fence, coiled away from St Lawrence. Regal Asmon had the back of Bond Mistress, and last of all is Craig. Around the corner, Regal Zeus tries to kick away. It's 2 lengths on Jenny Lala at the 425. Then Milford to the outside, Precious Charm. It's been 3 wide the trip. It's got 4 lengths to pick up, and then Detonator Jack, Magda Spin, Craig, St Lawrence. So it's Regal Zeus, 200 metres to go, shown its head. 2 lengths Jenny La, Precious Charm battle, St Lawrence down the outside. Regal Zeus, 100 metres to go from Jenny La and St Lawrence. Regal Zeus leading the line. St Lawrence is coming hard, but not hard enough at Regal Zeus. All of the way in the Lord. 2nd. Detonator Jack for 3rd. Then came Magda Spin and Regal Asmon fighting up 4 with Precious Charm. Behind them, Jenny La, Craig, Devil Warm, and Milford at the end. Regal Zeus looked a picture in the yards, looked full of zest going out onto the track, has led all of the way around the mile here. Stacked them up down the hill. Jai McNeil, a beautiful front-running ride. Regal Zeus the winner at $6.50 and $2.30. The Kilmore
372. So this one, this time actually worked. 3 actually worked. That 5-year-old guilty. Go to the next. Two, 8, 9, 11, 18, and 19. All scratched. Seven, 12, 15, and 10. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that 7 is the favorite. Now that's okay, but it's a benchmark 70, 1400 meter. It is coming from gate number 12. It has everything that it needs to have in order to win. It has a jock, it has a pressure. The jock is a dedicated jock. It is a 237. It has everything that it requires to win this. But it is a benchmark 70 and it is coming from gate number 12 over a 1400 meter. So ideally what will happen is it'll get raved. If it gets raved, that's the youngest horse I feel that's the youngest. If that's the one which is the youngest, and if it gets raved on a 1400 meter, will it survive the last 400 meter is a question. So it would have been a lot more comfortable if this was within gate number 10. It is gate number 12, which is a little steep for benchmark 70, especially Randwick, especially at Sandown. So that's the problem with this. And if it survives, it wins. Because it is going to get raved. This jock is going to rave it. It is going to get raved. From gate number 12, it'll have to get to a position where things are amicable for this. But the other side of the story is that if it gets raved, will it be able to survive the last 400? So the point is very simple. If it survives, it'll win. But chances are that it'll not survive. It will not survive. Now, why it'll not survive? So we'll take a look at a 1400 meters benchmark 70 that we have already done today. The 1600, the 2100, 1200. This is a 1400 meter that we've done today. So this was the same sex, same age. We cannot exactly refer to this. But we can't refer to this. This is a same sex, same age. This 1600. This is a 1400. So point is very simple. The gate is a little awkward. That gate is a little awkward. From that gate, benchmark 70 on a 1400 meter. The strategy is very simple on this horse, that it has to be raved to get to the rails. If it gets raved all 1400 meters. If that happens, at the last 400 meter, it'll go out of gas. Now, this is the best jock on this horse. So if his decisions are right and if he doesn't rave the horse, and the horse is pushed at the 400 meter marker last bend, then there is a chance. But that decision is with him. So what he is going to do with that horse will reflect on the result. If it gets raved all the way, it will go out of gas. If he takes the right decision, not raving it and keeping it at a moderate speed till the last bend, then push the button, then probably yes. But if it gets raved and if it is leading from the gate, chances are slim. Is it a clear go? No. It is not. Because the decision is going to be based on him. If he decides to rave it and if he makes a mistake, then things are upside down. And if it wins even after raving, then we are just in luck. But that's too many variables with this horse. Way too many. 12 fits the bill. 12 fits the bill, but the pressure is absolutely low on this horse. This is a better class. This is not. Then we have these two horses here. So yeah, there is a chance it might. And that chance is probably less than 10% that it might. And what is that 10% of winning chance? Is if the decision made by this jock is right. And that's a very bad entry. If my decision is based on his decision, which is not yet made, then my decision is definitely a bad decision. I don't know what will happen here. The 7 is ideally the best hand, one of the highest FR, young horse. outperforming the linear, but it's a 70, 1400 meters, and we are talking about Sandown. I will say how it works. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Running a minute away from a jump at Randwick. It's the Group 3 Yulong Summer Cup over the 2,000 metres. Second last there today, and runners will start to move in just a tick. Best backed early was Shangri-La Spring. Just right up a little bit for the Waterhouse Bod Camp. Estadio Mistake very, very tight in betting. Same with Tabby Time. And Major Bill links a lot of that form, winning last start there at Rosehill at $6.50. They're getting set with Darren Flindell.
6.50 as they move in now. Rightio, thanks Tim. Getting set here for the Yulong Summer Cup. Very interesting race here. Shangri-La Springs drawn to lead from barrier 2. And is the race favourite. Tabby Time's been well supported. Redstone Well goes forward. Major Beale, who beat the favourite in the 8cc Cup the last time they bet. Major Beale is the 4th pick in the market. Drawn wide out here today. Imperialist goes in, and Touristic now is the last to go forward. Touristic, the last to go in for the Yulong Summer Cup. Group 3 over 2,000 metres. On this breezy day, there's the light. And the Summer Cup field about to be dispatched here at Randwick. Stand by, they're off and racing. And Touristic taken back. Imperialist has been revved up to go forward together with Shangri-La Spring. So it's game on early. Major Beale's out wide, going forward together with Redstone Well, Victoria Road, Estadio Mestea. A gap to Tabby Time, Unspoken, and Touristic's last. Shangri-La Spring got his own way in the end. Imperialist second, and now Major Beale is racing around the outside. So Major Beale's looking for second spot. Victoria Road Camp behind them from Redstone Well. He's caught a bit deep as the Stadio Moustache really holding his position in between runners. Although getting a bit keen at this point. A length and a half to Tabby Time from Unspoken, and 2 lengths away to Touristic. So the favourite lead, Shangri-La Spring from Major Beale. There's a length between the pair at the 1,200 metres. Followed by Imperialist parked on the outside of Victoria Road. Redstone Well couldn't get a spot in, so it's committed to going forward. Now, Estadio Mistake has lost a length or 2 on the outside of Tabby Time. Length and a half to Unspoken, and Touristic still last of all. Shangri-La Spring at the 900. 3/4 to Major Beale is holding out Redstone Well, so there's no hope of it getting in. Followed by Victoria Park on the inside of Victoria Road, racing on the inside of Imperialist. 2 off then to Tabby Time as they race up towards the home turn. So Shangri-La Spring being kitted to by Bayless of the 600. Major Bill being pushed on by King now, followed by Redstone Well. Estadio Mistake takes off in front of Imperialist. Tabby Time's all boxed up as they turn. So Shangri-La Spring is full of running, turning for home. Got 2 on Major Bill, Victoria Road. Tabby Time's taking a rouse run, running on. And Estadio Mistake sitting to hit top gear. The Summer Cup hots up. Shangri-La Springs all out. Estadio Mistake went to it. And Tabby Time's coming home with a good run. Estadio Mistake and Tabby Time. Tabby Time moved up. Tabby Time takes the lead and draws away to win the Yulong Summer Cup. Beating Estadio Mistake. Unspoken got up for third in front of Imperialist. A gap then to the fancied runners. Shangri-La Spring the favourite and Major Bill. Imperialist Touristic making some headway. A gap to Victoria Road, and Redstone Well after the wide path was last in.
Yeah, Tabby Time was bolting, just needed that gap to open. It did in time. Dylan Gibbons takes the right gap and nice and strong. Late Jet was well backed. Late Totes into around that 420 mark. Stadia Mistake. What about the way Stadia loomed into the race? It's another good quality
Carney Suspect, Bella Youngbury continues that rich vein of form. She's in right now, and she timed it to a nicety. Mashani Suspect, $2.60, $1.30. Oval Office is in the photo, $2.10. Theum got close at the end at $1.60. And Barron got right up along the rail over the final part as we wait for the confirmation, which is there now. 7 Mashani Suspect, Bella Youngbury, 2 Oval Office, Danny Peasley, 3 Theum, Carl Zechner, and 4th Wet to Barron, coming from last before the bend. 7
beats 2, beats 3, confirmed. In the last event from Ballina, it's Mashani Suspect and pays out the 3.30 best of shopping. Tights, bit of pop there for the Utah players. Moving on to Sandown, which rounds out the day this afternoon. Got a benchmark 70 over the 1,400 metres, and Stealth of Night is a dominant, now odds-on favourite of a nice win where they drew similar to today, their last start, 1,400 metres. They rolled forward Sandown, settled on speed in the first couple, did some work in doing so, and managed to hold off challenges late in the benchmark 70. That was career win number 3. Start 5, looking to add to that tally this afternoon. Drawn with a similar assignment for Craig Williams here from gate number 12 for the Hayes camp. They go.
That's a hope, Lee. 7 should win, yes.
The concluding stage, clear favourite. Matale's now into $7. It was well beaten there, resuming Cranbourne. That was 1,300 metres behind Regal Tycoon. It wasn't meant to be margin, but ran 4th of 9. The moments for Luke Nolan and the Coleman camp. Another one that's drawn wide. Then to make a decision, it was a Cranbourne winner. Rounded them up in good fashion there, 1,400 later. Second up, Carhoff set to 11. Same price for Attain and Princess Toro at $19 will top the remainder. But Stealth of Night is one of the more interesting favourites throughout the program today. Matty Hill tipping on top. 7, well-fancied favourite. Best back with a tab. 12, 15, 1. The late mail. Sandown, race 8, wrapping things up with Matty Hill.
Iconic meeting with the Christmas Stakes and the Lord Stakes, and of course our next city meeting heads to Cranbourne tomorrow, and then New Year's Eve at Flemington. Now that Christmas is done and dusted and you're looking for something to do in the next week, New Year's Eve at Flemington, twilight fixture. Looking forward to that with the Bagot Handicap, of course, the feature. So the day belongs to Gavin Bedgegood. He trains Attain here, second up. It was Stealth of Night, had to show some intestinal fortitude to win here the other day's drawn wide. You don't want a poisonous price. Did touch $1.90 at one point on VOP. Looks a strong chance, but you wouldn't want to take too short a price. Mockridge going up riderless. John McNeil to steer that one. We await on Russian Meteor and Stealth of Night. The Sportsbet Fixed Odds Exotics Handicap, race number 8. Now Russian Meteor is the final one along. We go 1,400 metres to complete proceedings. Russian Meteor coming forwards next to the favourites, and they're set. Ready to run. Locked away. Racing now, and Titan of Choice stood there, missed at 7 lengths. Momets goes back to last of the main group. Stealth of Night began well with Georgie Get Mad, who punches through on the inside to lead the race. Carhoff is going to boot up as well and just keep the favourite a little wide. Then Matavai behind them from Impressive Enough, Zoo Rain, Holler Amigos, and then came Princess Toro. A gap to Attain, and then came Mockridge, well back Russian Meteor, Momets, and 4 lengths Titan of Choice. Georgie Get Mad at the 850, led by a length Stealth of Night. Carhoff with the trail behind them third, and Zoo Rain next the inside. Impressive Enough deeper. Then came Matavai between horses at the 700 metres. A length Holler Amigos with a trail 3 wide. They were followed by Princess Toro. Attain well back. Titan of Choice latched on and is whipping up around the outside from Mockridge, Russian Meteor and Momets. Georgie Get Mad and also Stealth of Night co-leaders around the corner of the 425. Then Carhoff, Matavai, Impressive Enough, Zoo Rain, Princess Toro, and behind those Holler Amigos and Moments. Stealth of Night, 300 metres to go, taken to the lead by Williams, has fended off Georgie Get Mad, and then Carhoff the outside. Stealth of Night at the 200. Carhoff's a length and a quarter away. Stealth of Night about a length to Carhoff, who's trying hard. Stealth of Night, 3/4 Carhoff. Stealth of Night, the final favourite, wins on Boxing Day. Carhoff second.
7-1.
Then Matterhorn Moments, Princess Toro, Russian Meteor, Holler Amigos, Attain, and Mockridge in a line from Impressive Enough. Then came Zoo Rain and Titan of Choice, last to leave the stalls and last to finish.
7-1-5.
Craig Williams at $2.0130. Craig with the multiple winners on the card.
So 7. Then the 1. Then the 5. That was a good run. So what he did is he kept it wide. He kept it wide. He did not try to get into the hustle bustle of getting to the rails. He did not try to do that. He kept it wide and kept it on a pace. So that decision was right on him. He did not rave it, and it was right there. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 8 races today here at Sandown. That was the last one. But I'm going to be racing tomorrow again, probably at Randwick. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun here. And thank you everybody for being here. Thank you so much. It means a lot when you're here. And Lee, thank you so much, my friend, for being there. PC, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Dows, thank you so much. I know you're gone, but thank you so much for being there, my friend. Outfox, thank you. We had a long chat today. Brilliant. Thank you. I look forward to see you back here. Thank you so much for being here, my friend. I think that is it. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you tomorrow. Till then, stay blessed and have